people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best. We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best. We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best. We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa.
The question, which has stirred controversy for a while within the fast evolving Ambazonian struggle, the independence restoration movement, which for a very brief historic moment has experienced transformational and non-transformational leadership successively and simultaneously would be. Is Sisiko Julius Ayoktabe in the realms of African politics, heroism, freedom fighting and legendary leadership another Nelson Mandela?
Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela began his life herding sheep and cattle in the rolling hills of South Africa's Eastern Cape. In his autobiography, part of which was written secretly while in prison, Mandela wrote, "I was not born with a hunger to be free. I was born free. Free in every way that I could know. Free to run in the fields near my mother's hut. Free to swim in the clear stream that ran through my village. Free to roast mealies under the stars and ride the broad backs of slow-moving bulls. It was only when I began to learn that my boyhood freedom was an illusion, when I discovered as a young man that my freedom had already been taken from me, that I began to hunger for it."
When I went to school, the lady teacher, Miss Mdingane, asked, "What is your name?" I told him my African name, Rolihlahla. She says, "No, I don't want that one. You must have a Christian name." So I say, "No, I don't have one." She says, "You are, from today, you are going to be Nelson."
So henceforth, he would be known to the world as Nelson Mandela. As the son of a chief, Nelson Mandela had access to the best education available to black people in South Africa at the time. Studying at Fort Hare University, where he first became involved in student protest, his refusal to accept injustice, unfairness, and inequality would last a lifetime. South Africa, 1941. In his early 20s, Nelson Mandela moved to Johannesburg, where he first encountered the racial discrimination that would later become entrenched in law by the apartheid government. Working on the mines and later as a clerk in a law firm, Mandela pursued his law studies and joined the African National Congress, the oldest black political organization in South Africa.
It was when I came into the African National Congress that I realized that Xhosas are only a part of the African people. That the task of the ANC was to unite the African people and out of them build a nation.
When it became clear that all means of peaceful negotiation had been exhausted, Mandela went underground to lead the armed struggle.
We have made it very clear in our policy that South Africa is a country of many races. There is room for all the various races in this country. There are many people who feel that it is useless and futile for us to continue talking peace and non-violence against a government whose reply is only savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people.
Key government installations were targeted for sabotage. Mandela became known as the Black Pimpernel. In 1962, Mandela was captured, charged with leaving the country illegally, and sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years. Shortly afterwards, his ANC comrades were captured with evidence which incriminated Mandela. He returned to court for the Rivonia trial, where he and 8 others faced a possible death penalty.
The very speech which was made by Nelson consolidated the spirit of the people outside, because it was a defiant spirit.
I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all nations live together in harmony and with equal opportunity. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
The Director of Cabinet at the Office of the President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, Eric Ate, with an understanding of the methods of historical inquiry, including how evidence is used rigorously to make historical claims and discern how and why contrasting arguments and interpretations of the past have been constructed, brings an assessment of the objective status of this particular instance of knowledge to be judged, not by some atemporal comparison with given facts, but by a historical investigation in the place of that instance of knowledge being considered.
The very speech which was made by Nelson consolidated the spirit of the people outside, because it was a defiant spirit.
I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all nations live together in harmony and with equal opportunity. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
People of Ambazonia, I hear people come up with this distortion of history that Mandela wrote from jail. I must say, it is laughable because in the first place, South African blacks were fighting for equal rights within their country, while the present-day Ambazonia is fighting for self-determination and to actualize its restored independence. Mandela was the president of the Youth League of the ANC when he was condemned to life imprisonment. He was not the president of the ANC. This fact should be noted. Oliver Tambo was the president of the ANC and was on exile in Britain. He led the struggle for over 20 years while Mandela could only speak to his wife through a hole in a caged glass cell for over 20 years. When Mandela became the symbol of resistance due to his long stay in prison, the world joined his people to protest for his release. You must know that Mandela earned the sympathy and respect of his people because he did not try to usurp power from the free South Africans fighting for him and his people. Mandela remained loved because he did not divide South Africans with the creation of another ANC in jail. Mandela did not send conflicting correspondences from his prison cell to the international community, countering what the free leadership of the ANC sent out. Mandela did not open himself to be used by those who wanted to cause confusion amongst his people by meeting with them, our enemies, La République, after the free leadership had already stood their ground in matters like ceasefire, which was being debated. After the Honorable Mandela had earned the love and admiration of his people, he continued being honorable with his actions. He told his jailers that only free men can negotiate. He asked them to leave the ban on the ANC so his president Oliver Tambo can come back home. He asked that Walter Sisulu, one of his very sick cellmates, and other prisoners be released so the negotiation goes on not with him as a prisoner, but with the ANC and Oliver Tambo, the free leader of black South Africans, at its helm. Oliver Tambo flew back to South Africa after more than 35 years in exile as the president of the ANC. He was received by Mandela himself at the airport. Mandela, who went to jail with the title of president of the Youth League of the ANC, had long been replaced by a number of successful people. Mandela was an ordinary man, but he was not without power. His behavior while in jail had earned him the respect of all black South Africans and sympathizers all over the world. Unlike what we see today in our struggle with our captured prisoners. Exile and the long fight for freedom had left Oliver Tambo fatigued, and because of that, an emergency meeting of the ANC was convened and Mandela was voted, not as president of the ANC, but as vice president, so he could lead the ANC to negotiations with the white minority government of South Africa. They maintained the frail Oliver Tambo as president of the ANC when those negotiations began. That was Mandela for you, an honorable man who should never be compared to just any jack or Jill. Oliver Tambo died from his illness and Mandela was elected president of the ANC. After negotiations and as per South Africa's constitution, since they have an executive parliamentary system, the leader of the party with the majority seats in parliament becomes president. The ANC won the elections and Mandela became president. These are the steps of a man, Mandela, who led his people honorably. This is a man who never betrayed his free leadership. This is a man who looked at the bigger picture with the freedom of his people always taking precedence over his self-glorification. This is a man, Mandela, who never abandoned his spirit of selflessness, unlike some Ambazonian prisoners, who have shamelessly encouraged other Ambazonians to torpedo the efforts of those who are bent on taking this fight to its logical end, which is the total freedom of our people and the total independence of Ambazonia. That's Mandela for you. The behavior of our brothers in jail has been detrimental to this revolution, and any true Ambazonian must ask them to stop their treacherous anti-revolutionary activities. The one other thing I want to say here is that if Sisiku claims he has his personal government and he has named his so-called vice president, why then did he not send those murderers from La République who pulled him out of his jail cell for talks to his so-called vice president who is a free man? What does that tell you? I think all these gymnastics is all about Sisiku doing everything to remain relevant. However, he must remember that he was respected and in a better position when the Restoration Council maintained him as president and Dr. Sako as acting president. But even that arrangement was not good enough for him. I'm quite certain he would rather be in the previous arrangement than the present one, in which he is fast becoming a traitor in the eyes of many Ambazonians. Mandela was loved not because he projected dominance, but because he inspired his people with his respect for the free leadership in their effort to free his people, his country. And he did everything not to split his people. The question is it about the people or about self? I believe it is about our collective freedom. No one person is bigger than this revolution. Ambazonia must and will be free, because this generation of Ambazonians will never let La République du Cameroon forcefully rule over us like they did our forefathers. I end by saying that we should stay the course, draft ourselves, remain vigilant, and apply Sisiku's words: throw every traitor under the bus. Welcome those who openly repent, but always be aware of their past treacherous inclinations. I want to thank you for listening to this video. My name is Eric Tarh. I am the Director of Cabinet at the Presidency of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. God bless you, and God bless Ambazonia.
We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa. With untold stories, Africa's best.
My fellow Amazonians, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to this very special broadcast. It is 20 minutes to 9 p.m. Amber time. I'm very certain Ochiba Nelson and Watcher will be connecting for this very exclusive discussion on top of the hour. But before then, perhaps we would need to have a discussion. You just watched the video by the then Director of Cabinet, now the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. At least this has gone down history, his track record, his consistency. You know who he is. I actually saw an article on Facebook sometime in 2020. I was going through Facebook and I saw this article. I had never known Mr. Eric Tarh. And I asked Nelly, but who wrote this? Who is Eric Tarh? And Nelly told me this Eric Tarh is the Director of Cabinet, because for a while I was incommunicado per se. Then I realized as a press secretary of the interim government, he was sidelined by Mr. Arno, who felt intimidated by his voice. Like I tell you all the time, Chris Arno doesn't have the kind of voice the vice president has. And I requested to talk with Eric Tarh. And the first time I spoke with Eric Tarh was in a group call with Ma Irene. I think Ma Irene. And then the second time was with Nelly. And I spoke to him. I said, I saw an article somewhere on Facebook. It was shared on Facebook by Steve Nebok. And I think that is a very vital article. I would like to beef it. I would like to add some things to it. We may need to rephrase it. I want us to do a documentary, because it's going to go down history that when there was chaos, when there was confusion, we had our people being taught by like minds like you. I said you had a rare thought for a long time. I've not seen somebody crystallize a vast history in few words and liken it with our story. In that video you just watched, you actually saw a short speech that encapsulated a lot in history. It brought a lot in the South African history in comparison with the Ambazonian liberation movement, and why some, like the Anyangwes and the Scoopers at the time, were trying to sell the rhetoric that Sisiko Julius Ayuktabe was some kind of a Mandela. You had an Eric that was a press secretary at the office of the president writing that. And so I contacted him when he was already director of cabinet and insisted that he's a very busy man. He rarely had time. I recorded him around 2 a.m. in the night. After, for those who have worked with me, you know, when I want to record you, you might just do like 5 or 6 times because I want to get the best. And he was reluctant because he was so busy. At times he comes back from work or he's done with work late in the night and said, Paddy, I want to sleep. I said, listen, we have to do this. When we did it, it made the waves. The president told us at the time, let's just leave it low. No need promoting it. But then I realized that a few days ago, the utterances, I would say the poor, calculated utterances of Eyon Ekumbe resurfaced the debate. This time the aggression was hard. And I kind of understand the emotions of Ambazonians and why they react the way they react. And the debate resurfaced. I thought we needed this. A lot of videos like that of Eric Ate, some documentaries I did for the president as well, making a history from when he came into office from 2018 into 2020 were deleted from the console. And there's no doubt that Chris Arnold would delete anything in the machines that threaten or would make Ambazonians see somebody that has prowess that he doesn't. And it's unfortunate. So I fortunately had this particular documentary saved in my drive, my personal drive. I had to search. It took me a long time because I have thousands of videos in my drive. Fortunately, I got it and I sent it out. Now, why am I bringing it and making Amazonians to know it? Because I've heard statements and I've heard some of the statements I was indicted because I happen to have had a young Ekumbe on television. I hope I'm pronouncing his name rightly. I've had him on TV on 2 separate occasions. The first occasion when I had him on TV, please, for all of you, for those who are watching, keep sharing. Very soon, I think by latest 9 p.m. we'll be having Ochiba Nelson and War Child to join us. Now let me be sure of what you're doing. Let me be sure that you're getting a good sound, a good reception. It's something really vital which I want to share with us, and I think I'll need collective participation. Let me just observe what's happening on Facebook. If you're watching us right now, please keep sharing and keep sharing and sharing and sharing. That's amazing. Yeah, share, because our discussion of tonight will be very extensive. Yeah, thank you, Milichi. Is always there on time. Beatrice Kessen, thank you. Our ABC Amber TV director, great job. Thank you. Now you share and you comment, share in different groups on Facebook. It's very important that we get to do that. Make sure you share and share as I continue this discussion. Okay, let me start back from where I stopped. So the first time I brought Eyon Ekumbe on TV was one afternoon. We had some discussions and I was talking with Nelson Ochiba, And he says, do you know him? I said, I've heard his audios, and Kemi has sent to me his audios a couple of times to edit video and send so it can be distributed. And I think I like his mindset, his thought process, his diction, and many other things. I'm interested. And that's how Ochiba said, okay, I can contact him for you. So we brought him on TV for the first time. A lot of Ambazonians appreciated what he did on that day. Even his speech analysis was appreciated. And the way he analyzed the president's speech, I guess it was not perfect, but it was not short of good. And it was amazing. So the second time I contacted him myself, and I said, okay, brother, I would like you to join us to do the speech analysis for the president. You see, Ambazonians appreciated and have been appreciating his audios, and they've suddenly been vexed by his utterances. And this is what I want people to understand with the anger of those who reacted. It tells you how much what former President Sisiko Julius Ayuk Tabe did bruised people. It affected people deep in their hearts that they may not even want to listen to his name. I understand. And the truth is, I share with those emotions. I share with them because we have lost lives, dozens and thousands of lives. And this is not a time when we have to play with our freedom for anything in the whole world. We cannot play with the lives of those who have died. Like Sisiko said, anyone who attempts to dabble with a genuine movement like ours should be put under the bus. It would appear that some of his proxies do not seem to adhere or understand that very statement. Before I say what I really want to say, I want us to understand something. There's a lot I've learned from President Sako. He is very tolerant, and I do not think that his exhaustive tolerance in the face of unscrupulous behavior is weakness. On the contrary, is strength. You know, contrary to Chris Arno, whom I work with, that is not tolerant. He will dismiss anybody that doesn't walk his way. The president will give you opportunity, but when he makes decisions, it becomes firm decisions. And I'm kind of learning a lot from that attitude, giving people, even when Chris Arnold started his insensitive behavior, the president cautioned the government on how to do things. It was when situation had gone very sour that we received clearance that we could actually go out. It was not like we couldn't talk when he was talking or when he was doing the kind of things he was doing. So what lessons can we learn from the president's attitude in the face of difficulty as Ambazonians? It's one of the things I want to share. I don't like the word monologue, but I want to share as an introduction of tonight's discussion. Is that I quote again what the president once said. He says, in politics, even though the quote is from someone else, there are no permanent friends. There are permanent interests. You can have a permanent interest, but you cannot have a permanent friends. You cannot have a permanent friend. What does this tell us? It tells us that when people are for us, we take them seriously. And when we identify that they're against us, we have to place cautions. Again, what does it tell us? It also tells us that you have to be able to identify when people, either based on their emotions and or understanding, are redeemable in their acts. And this is my plea. We've got to find out if Eyong Ekume is redeemable. Since the audio came out, I've not really listened to him very closely, but from the audios I heard from Nelson Ochiba, from Mara Share, from Mama J, and from many others, it already told me what he said. And I think perhaps there are high chances that his idea came probably from a tribal emotional perspective. He was relating based on tribe, which is what I also think Eric Tano is doing. I'm also from Manu, but I'm not moved. Like I told you people last week, Sisiko Julius Ayuk Tabe was a friend to my father. So I did not just know him on television. I guess he was even very surprised when I took sides with Dr. Sako against him. Not because Dr. Sako is more handsome than him, or not because he's less intelligent than Dr. Sako, but because based on my rationale, I knew that what he was doing was wrong. It was inappropriate. Fortunately for me, I had not just studied the South African history from a space level to assume that Mandela ruled from jail. I knew that while he was in jail, he was not the leader of the ANC. He wasn't. Of the ANC, sorry. He became popular, like you heard the vice president saying earlier on, because of his exhaustive humility, an ability to allow, to trust those who were out to advocate for him. One of the things that Sisiko might be facing could be that lack of faith, and probably because he has been compromised. I think that's the biggest probability. And he has been deceived to think that if he would betray his people, he will be liberated from jail. It tells us that as a leader, he did not understand he did not have an in-depth understanding of the Franco-Bulu mafia, which is something I don't know of any leader in this movement that understands it better than Dr. Common Sense. I'm talking about the president. When he was Dr. Common Sense, you need to go and find some of his videos and watch them. You could actually hear him articulate in the most simplistic terms the intricacies involved, the cruelty involved with the Franco-Cameroon and Franco-Bulu hegemony. I never heard any leader in the Ambazonian struggle talking about it. So you have a lot of Ambazonians, be them leaders, be them citizens, be them activists, with great desire to fight for Ambazonia, but they do not understand very well the enemy. Because you've got to understand the enemy to make a better determination when it comes to strategy and policy. And that's why, among all the leaders, President Sako has been most successful in every ramification, in all dimensions. Number one, when it comes to human mobilization, human resource mobilization, financial mobilization, the history has it that Amazonia never knew the heights when it comes to mobilizing funds, like when the president came in office. He came at a time when leaders, his predecessors, had abused Amazonians when it comes to their resources. That in spite, he did big. Amazonians could still connect with his heart and his spirit. And when they connected, they trusted him with their money. It was my trip. In spite of what happened in my trip, he came back to Amazonians. And until today, Amazonians are still trusting him. Let's hold it there. Let me finish on a comment on this. And I come with that so I can now bring in my brothers. I can see they are already getting connected, and I know Ambazonians are excited to have them. So why did I say all of this? I said all of this to say that we do not vote policy based on our emotions. Policies are voted based on exhaustive contemplation. Should we suddenly vote a policy? Because that was what Mara Share said in her audio. I agreed with much part of everything she said. We need to be able to have Ambazonians connect with their LGAs and counties so that they can be effectively involved as we prosecute this movement. And that it shouldn't just be because they want to come and vote a policy at ABC Amba TV board. Should we vote a policy and to ensure that nobody that is in an LGA or a county come on TV because of what Eyong Ekumbe has done? I may not agree with that 100% for a lot of things. Because as a government, we've got to take leadership. The president has said this a couple of times. There are a lot of people sitting on the fence that may want to come back. Am I also saying that it is not good to have people engage with their LGAs? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Eyong Ekumbe has defaulted. What we need to do, as we have rebuked him, and I appreciate everybody who came out vigorously to make sure that we reiterate our belief so that he understands. But I also think that, like they talk sometimes, when you beat Peking, you bring him in. Let's find out if he's redeemable, and we will know. I still don't regret that I trusted Gwame and Comfort Convo. I don't regret it, because they betrayed themselves, not necessarily me. I would have regretted if I did not trust Dr. Tita. Now, if that you're a member of an LGA doesn't mean you will not have an independent thought. I don't know if you're getting me. If Dr. Ngwambe, that was the Undersecretary for Communication, could come on national TV and talk against his own leader, the president, then everybody, any person can do it. And he is an authority. He was an authority of his LGA. What does this tell you? It tells you that a policy to restrict people based on LGA and county is not very, is a poor calculation. The government, even CRTV, that is even Yaoundé is a pure dictatorship. But CRTV still has people that come on that platform, though pretentiously, and they talk about against the CPDM and even against the government. So let us be open for debate, but let us be vigilant. I would advise that Ambazonians, we cannot, it is not Anglo-Saxon for us to avoid debates. Am I saying that we should dine with enablers? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that people might contradict our opinion, but we've got to listen and perhaps counter it with facts and knowledge so that we create more friends instead of creating more enemies. In conclusion, what am I saying? I'm saying that we are coming to a very delicate moment in our struggle where the entire world is looking up to the interim government. When America left Afghanistan, Afghanistan had to make an interim government that was criticized by the international community because the international community said it was not inclusive. Now the international community is watching Ambazonia very closely and watching the interim government particularly to see our comportment. The way we behave ourselves and talk and do things will determine the majority or the maturity of this interim government to lead a nation of high intellectuals like Ambazonians. Ambazonians are highly intellectual. So we cannot narrow the government to friendship and relationship or family and tribalism. It should be a government for and for against. It should be a government for even Ambazonians. That is the legitimacy of this government, is because the government is even for the haters. We are going to win the war. And even Zico, because his life is dependent on us now. All his techniques to betray us, perhaps to release himself, has failed. If we lose this war, he might just be in prison forever. And that is not the kind of history that you want to write, that you are part of. So I'm saying that we may need to revisit, be hard on people that are criminal. You are aware of how hard that can be when a person is going off the rails. But again, I've learned from the president that we can always give a chance for those who are willing to come back or repent. Let's find out from those who are close with a young Ekumbe. I will create time to also call him to find out if he's redeemable. If he's redeemable, I think it will be smart for us to give him another chance. We need all and sundry during this time. I'm not talking about unity palace kind of unity. We need us to succeed at this time. I'll suspend it for now, and right after the break, we will have Nelson Ochiba and War Chai so that we can kickstart the core of this discussion. Stay tuned.
We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best. We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best.
Good evening, Ochiba Nelson. Good evening, Walcha. You're welcome to this very special broadcast. Una evening, una welcome. As one have delay for locking, what another picking them on Arama made a delay una. I started talking. I hope you heard a percentage of all I said. Ochiba, good evening and welcome. Walcha, how on sleep? It's 9 p.m. Amber time. Ambazonians want to hear us talk.
Are you getting me?
Very loud,
Hello,
loud
Miss.
and clear. I'd like to be sure that I
All
can hear
right,
you.
thank you, Mr. Ochiba. You've come in. Thank you, Mr. Paddy King. I salute you now for ground. I salute you now for home front, for ground one, for every corner, for the Lions Den. I greet you now and I thank you now so I don't come up for this moment. Now, the moment where we will sit, we talk, we understand each other. Which way the pass? I know say plenty things that don't happen this half. Why? We don't hear about Canada. We don't hear about those where they don't go, the coup plotters. We don't hear many things where they don't happen. But one say more, na just don't take one water or na the chop na granite. Na the hour this way we go broke 'em, we go chakara all the talk way on the pass. Among and all, we're not going to leave no stone unturned. And we'll answer una question when we're there for ground one. We don't thank ground one and home front. We thank una say una don't always be there. And we hope say una take this information we give them for now. Una pass them for the other people they not get the opportunity for give them for receive from us directly. Una explain them for them where to where would they go and where to would they talk. So we'll be una. Why I give una back the mic. Thank you so much.
Yes, my brother Ochiba, talk to Momo here. More sure say your voice there.
Okay, Director, you hear me?
Loud and clear, bro.
Okay, so first of all, salute a person where they see face to face, watch out for the ABC team, and all man were there for home front, especially the restoration forces and the genuine civilian population where they stand for their freedom. I will also extend greetings to for all man where there for diaspora, where it want participate for ensure say we go free Amazonia and level for the next generation. Maybe not the people where they come with that kind mago and whatsoever. Yes, Mr. Director, I'll be here with where you will talk for the concerning call it critical information bureau.
Young Ekume.
Yeah, young Ekome. Yes. So I check say so kind of day when we come up like ABC television, they get the editorial committee, and then we also get the ethics department, where sometimes the fee tell people them exactly which way they fit try for do. You be even quote CRTV for day. Yes, CRTV, it make sure say it want invite people them for they meet they go talk support the position of the Republic government in any endeavor where it do one. So I be for this note for talk say we're not going to lick some chop some money how do they call them? I mean swear for some person. Anybody where it commit any error or where something it be wrong, the person it get right for go make redress and by himself and all those kind of things them. Because though we want to be inclusive, we understand say they struggle there for a very critical moment where it then like a finance where we play. When you play finance, you know the try and error. We put now your finest players them people the way they will go play and they carry the trophy back go back home. If some people they did, for example, where they not be well informed about certain positions of the interim government or about the struggle, they get the right for go ask that information, media GM for them too, because when the international community, a column say, sometime will be divided. It not mean I say because we fight for Market Square. If it be now because of what way we come out like for the national television like this one or any kind of thing, we put them out there where it will go make people that they be some kind. So much so that when we come, the time where we will do that debates, do all those things where people their opinion will matter. Now where we don't already get an established government where we don't really get control for resources for the other kind of thing. But for this moment where we there, so we there like a aeroplane where it there for the 1,000 feet for up in the sky. You know, we'll take them plane a day for sky for that time. So maybe you go again for person when a trainer. I mean, person where they still learn for learn. You will go carry people and go try and for some kind position where he did it. So anybody where he stand for talk on behalf of Amazonia, he gave for no say Amazonia na a country, Amazonia, it get made up of LGAs and the counties and whatsoever. Now the institutions and that we come for projector, we come for protect, we come for save now a country. We not come for save individuals, and we will not also want for the tolerate all this television on the way we see that they work out like this ABC so and all these structures they work out because of thanks to the APP plan where they put them with the Amber Peace plan. If you don't want to belong to the Amber Peace plan and all those kind of things, them it therefore means say you don't want to recognize the institutions the way we get them. We don't talk even from the days of Ayuk Tabi say no one be indispensable. So we know we talk today so because of this or that. If any person we see that la Republic want use the person for make a breach for come imprison us and I will talk this thing them when we go inside the show ahead. When we see those kind of people, them, some of them, their hands are bit tight. We know we always support them, we will reject them so that La Republic say the people don't refuse them, they be powerless, and then at the same time we free ourselves, we free those people. Because if we try to defend the same people, them what they did for them, some person they yes, some begin be the thief. They go down for mommy and papa, they begin to chop them. When they go for court, they talk say they want sentence for give you death penalty. So that begin call mommy say, me mommy come, he want talk whisper something for your ear. Then your mommy go, each say sometimes they begin want talk say you don't keep money for this place, you don't keep this thing so. Then they begin a wake up, a bite the mommy ear. He tell you say, why it be say tower I be the thief? You know be talk say you know be talk say it be being a bad thing. So now so we get for those say every person where they did, especially be you elites, be you whosoever, be you an activist, especially those where they did inside La Republic, inside the chains of La Republic. If they do certain actions, we will condemn those actions, we will reject them. We talk, put them under the bus. So that if nothing where La Republic be the can on top of them, they will see and see this so they no still pass through that kind of bridge. Because if we can't support them. So what you will do tomorrow if the person come, he go sell one, then he come outside, he tell you say, but you were out there a free person, you were supposed to have done the right thing, but you know we do the right thing because the hands are a bit tight. So we will go forward. So I throw a salute for people. May any man stand. We will talk everything we do for here for this struggle. Which way it matter now the lives for the 8 million Amazonians, the one the way they all die and whosoever. We're not there for here now for the support some person. Even President Sako, if he stand today, La Republic Kashi put her for some place, he want to do something where it will be on the contrary. We will denounce it and we will also deny it. Yes, because that is the way La Republic they work. Thank you.
Yes, and that's that one even the smartest way you need for denounce and fight. But anytime we're there for war front, one thing we you need for always look at now vigilance. Like, because when I there for war front, it be possible me person you are there for that war front turn a gun against you. So you need to be very vigilant for identify people. Sometimes you also need to know if people make a mistake or if not, because it's not very bad thing if person do something we do them intentionally. That's treason. What means say the person will betray you. If person, anytime you identify a person, I prefer person will be against me than person will be around me to pretend. And if you're there around now, why do you see I get particularly comfort? I know one catch them because it shows say if you don't dey around, it pretend. If this so-called what's the other name you call him, if actually he don't pretend in our midst, that's treason. Meaning say he will be an infiltrator. But again, at caution, say more not conclude until we see if a reaction. We need to observe a reaction to the vex we Amazonian people don't vex. When we observe that reaction, it go help we be able to know if now a brother of house will make mistake, they don't repent, or now an enemy will be inside the pretend. Because sometimes if you take a lot of aggression, they stay push them, so they then push them. We not push every person out. We must try and learn this particular wisdom now from Dr. Sako. You get to try to see who be redeemable, who be that kind of person with change, we could bring up. Let me not that kind honor them.
Yeah, Mr. Director, you get for no say that Mr. Director, you get for no say there is a difference between you and me, all Ambazonians with the president. The president, President Sako, he been like Papa we born in picking them. Some people being a thief picking them, some being a picking where they make para, the other one a day whatsoever. So he will know how way for the man. Individual toxic will reject it picking, even one being a handicapped person. But now, but we where we be free for talk, we go for come for outside for pointing where it be wrong. If you write examination, you failed some answer. Now you they go find dictionary, you go find the teacher for get the correct answer. No, now we can't talk say we will give you a second chance because maybe you will make an error and whatsoever. The person who can't talk, it may not be like say we beg somebody, say, oh, you must come, since you will do that thing, it will be an error or you will be in a so. The person get for correct himself. If he correct himself, he talk say, okay, if he make mistake of about this, or if he talk this thing, you know, we don't get the correct findings, he don't go make them now, he don't say and say, yes, if you get for being so, if you get for being so, you not go get anything for do about it. But somebody like me, I know if you go tell me some person say, me, I give you a chance because you did something wrong or you did this. No, I will not do that. I know if you do, I'm so, because it means the person never learn. If you never be able for see and say you will go wrong somewhere, somehow, how you will even be able for learn. The talk say teach person how for catch fish than for give fish for you. If person write something, a make error, a do error. Now this is we will fight for come. However, I check say we will proceed. We know so we get a lot of people the way they did for outside there, including so one day they will follow coup plotters blindly. Me they go. We don't tell them say they get for still come back. When you come back, you go to your LGA, you join your LGA and all those kind of things them. So because you go lost for forest, you know me say you will go sleep for bush. You get for look again the alternative road where they go, the right road, go back for your house. So we will continue with show so that we get a lot of things there for discuss. We're not going to come for the waste time on maybe like one person where we're not even first sure say if you know sometimes if you look all of us where we want try for talks until they say we not even know nothing. That is it.
Yeah, before you take the discussion, Mark, come before we go for the next point. I get some point where, yeah. So, Mami for Ambazonia, for home front, he called me. He say, "Ma pikin, what he mean by negotiation and what he mean by dialogue?" Say another year broken for me a year. That time I hear say they be there Swiss. Now I hear say they go Canada. Me, I don't know the difference between negotiation and dialogue. Then here I tell me say, hold on, I go broken for you. And today when I come for Wednesday, may you open for ABC, Amber TV. I know say they watch me now. So that we'll go talk and broadly, more not understand. Because many people for down do not understand which way they go. They say, why they be left some other one say negotiation. Then now they go for some other ones say dialogue. Therefore, this mami therefore down they don't understand the difference between negotiation and dialogue. But they still confused say why one place Swiss go get one word, then Canada get another one word. But mami, I go broken for you more before we get Mr. Ochiba they come and Mr. Paddy King, they go bring them for una so that una Ambazonia go understand that word. Because what would they call this big grammar inside? Would I not understand this word? But it get I once start so the word come from my head. I say make I look for dictionary. But dictionary, according to Queen a language where it talk, it said dialogue, it means a conversation. Okay. Conversation means you talk with somebody, you talk, but that conversation, it talks, it being a word where you know hard, it's soft, you converse, you talk with your friend, you talk with man inside house. That conversation there, so if you talk where the noise not will come out outside. So wait where they do an analysis for Canada. So for my own word, they talk that conversation. Because if you talk with person where you know them inside house, they talk only within them. Una de converse, small talk like Congosa, una de converse, una de talk like Congosa, so that one they call and say conversation. Inside, you know the common, you know hard. That one when they call and say dialogue, that one they call and say negotiation. Yeah, now the difference that if you talking about dialogue and negotiation, so if you want to know that two words. So that one they call and say negotiation. Now that one be hard. That one means a bargain. Like you go sell your fowl for market. When you go sell that fowl, so you don't know who way you go sell that fowl. So you want bid high price. So when they bargain the price. And for that one, I talk say for negotiate, you know the negotiate with person where you know them. You negotiate with your enemy. You negotiate with somebody where they opposite you. You negotiate for arrive agreement. You negotiate for a tax. Tax means some hard thing where it for you before where you do them. You negotiate for obstacle. Obstacle now wait any like defense, like mountain. You want to know how where you use and climb that hill. That hill hard. You talk say I go prepare now how for climb that hill. But the mission I say for climb that hill. So you negotiate again with like for treaty. Some fight where they go on. Some happen in the way they happen. Strong way they happen. Like that one will happen for Ambazonia. So you see like say we Ambazonia, we Southern Cameroons and La Republique. that East Cameroon. The war where they go, so they feel only now negotiate, therefore bargain for reach agreement. Bargain say this war the finish when I go on the side because we no fit still stay together, because we no get marriage certificate, because we become like a jumba and jumba. We can't stay. That marriage now not the worker. You over broke my head. You don't broke all my dish the inside house, all clothes where my papa will give me, all pot the way my family will give me. You don't take them, you don't chop, you don't broke them. All that pan and breakable pan where they be given, you don't chop, you don't broke them. So now we get for no more separate because I never stand this marriage. This marriage you box me every day. So we negotiate. You go your side, ma go my side. If I get another husband, you get another wife. Now so we there, my life continue. But we still negotiate so that we should don't talk. So you the only negotiate with somebody where you know they come out fine with. You the bargain with somebody they come out fine with. So you know they negotiate. If you talk, say you want dialogue, that what's a dialogue. You know somebody where you know I'm also. So it be soft. You like where to where La Republic organize about Canada. The people where can go Canada, the people where know them. If you see us in a Southern Cameroon, no. Physically, you see us in a Southern Cameroon, yeah. Or you see us in Ambazonia because it get two eyes, it get two ears. It talk, it tongue there, come on for your place. It waka, the man way come on for Bafoot, it waka, the man will come up for Bali. But no, you know, still be that man for inside your head. Na a singang, na bulu, na betty. He don't transform inside he. He head don't change. He won't come up for country. He not be get road, not he not be there. So if you hope for that your brother, say I see there for Yaounde, so he go come back. He'll come back, can't give on a road. He'll work for governor. You can't give on a road. You can't give on a water. You can't give on a light. But this point, you see, and say, now 40 years don't pass with that man there for governor. You know, they bring all that thing for Cambilam. Because inside your head, it not be still buffoon man. Inside your head, it not be still Baliman or man command. It don't change. Now, so it be chop broke pot. You know the behave again because you know come that side. You know they see you. So now where they want go Canada, La Republic pick na that kind of people where their head, it don't change them. You pick that father, then where their head, they not be still father. They be father where they wear that white clothes. But when you check that clothes for up, you see in nyash inside. That nyash na bulu nyash. That nyash na beti nyash. Not be that priest, not be that pastor where you see him again. That pastor be don't change. Not be there your brother where we don't go stay for Yaounde because why you go stay for Yaounde all the time, it don't change. So that one now when I don't think I'm sending for Canada. If you see anybody where you go Canada, anybody where you find yourself this particular moment where you talk say, when I want to know that different for that word. Yes, that word when they go Canada, that people that they just dialogue, they just converse, they talk within them. How for they don't share the money, give them. So then they go answer that yes, sir. Because man, when don't give you money, it don't buy your conscience. You know if it be hard on you. But Mawe never give you money, like the interim government where it be the president now, Dr. Sako. It no fee stand so for talk for, you know if you go for that kind of one way you talk say that the dialogue. It then for that kind of thing they say negotiation. How we want separate. That what it hard plan plenty. And lot of people no fit stand for that word. So mommy wanna understand. Papa wanna understand that difference for that two word them way a day. So now the word will carry a mass to enter this program, wanna understand. Maybe I will give a now for you and Mr. Paddy King, they will throw more light to more understand for ground one. That big grammar where they broke them. Someone will make a mess soft, more understand them. Thank you plenty more hold on, we still there with now.
Yes, my brother, I like the way you don't simplify negotiation and and dialogue. You know, say Yaounde, they sort of like the word dialogue. You know, dialogue be important. I did read for some platform. I see some write up way na Sikot Johnson write up, very stupid write up. And then according to the write up, I quote the word: our leaders should go to everywhere that our case is being discussed. That statement alone make them, I just feel like the boy is so short-sighted. And why that we see a lot of people, even the people who yesterday will be against Bo Herbert, appreciate which way Bo Herbert talk, because we need for be learn for look which way some person talk when I'm finding appreciate them. You know, if you appreciate all things about somebody, especially if the person they talk like which way Sikot Johnson. It indicate two things about Sikot Johnson. Number one, indicate say he either or most probably be ignorant. Number two, indicate say he be really the enabler way people don't talk say be, because if you understand The fact we be ignorant mean as wait. Would Joko should only talk with Cameroon they take and then they kill people. Now wait that way sick or talk. Wait, if he be ignorant. But me, I think say be enabler because we sabi say if we go Sudan or we talk with Cameroon, we legitimize the game where Cameroon they play. And the game where Cameroon they play for international community. Now, but tell international community say this thing is on an internal matter. We talk among ourselves, we handle it. Me third party no come. And me third party no can handle the talk me they go. And now wait that way. Boy Herbert, he talk and where President talk specifically. President Zako talk the same thing. It must be if La Republique be ready. That means Ambazonia is supposed to decide, La Republique decide. Then you get a third party, number 3, man where they call a referee. This year. La Republique no people come ye one be referee, ye one na ye get organizer. Then coerce with Canada, not even the Canada government, now by a proxy, because the Canada government never make an official statement when it concerns whatever they take place for Toronto or for Montreal, whatever, wherever. I'm not even be interested. People that want follow up on what it happened there. There's no need giving too much credence or for give a lot of importance for even the follow up on the way to it for that matter. And I want me you and talk before I link them back to where to have the talk earlier on when it get to do with we Amazonians, we need to be a little bit vigilant. If people don't work with me for the struggle for the past 5 years, getting into the 6 years, you get to by now know my stand when it comes to some things. Even if you're my brother, some of you know some people when I'm my brother, are they against them right now because of their opinion. So best way never even my brother, if you understand them, totally against them, like against you, I be against you like say you be enemy because you try to jeopardize the freedom of Amazonia. So this will get to start training yourself for understand say vigilance fine. Make you know come Sunday they go through a goal for his mud, poto, you know get patience for wash out. Then you lost something. We're not supposed to join talk for Canada. Now I know if Cameroon really want talk for we, there's no difference between Yaoundé and Canada right now. Now only location change, that the same thing. Now just a remix of the same thing. The Grand National Dialogue will take place in 2019 or 2020 for Yaoundé. What's the difference? There's no difference. Yeah, you ain't go ahead.
Well, before I talk about secret juicing, may I just give some small comments some small thing too for what Chabiri talk about negotiations. So, mommy and papa, negotiations mean say, you should do for 1 quarter. Your neighbor get your house, you two get your own house. You decide one day, say, okay, if you give you a key for your house, me and neighbor can't enter your house, you two if you enter your own house. But one day you want discover, say, your 1 gallon oil, it all lost. You want discover, say, your pot, it all lost. You want discover, say, the rock cord your plenty. You want discover, say, a neighbor go borrow money for some jange. It can't cut part of your farm, a jam like shorty for day. So when you don't see and say, don't be too much, you talk now, say, when I get for negotiate for separate. That negotiation, I say, you get for ask and say, my school will be for you when I ombe, who be close am, how much they be sell them. What will be happen for PWD? We side all the machine the way they be day. When I don't can dig my oil for 150 years, how much money when I don't get for we? How much when I sell the oil? When I don't carry with timber, when I carry and go, how much when I and then when I we sell the money a day? When I don't come close with seaport, close with on airport them. Why? And when I don't go for international community, for IMF, when I go borrow money, talk say when I can fix schools them, when I can fix seaports, when I can fix roads them. How much of that money they be taken for fix road them they inside southern Cameroons? How much of that money they be build hospital inside southern Cameroons? When I be here like how they be talk say they be go take money, America be give money, say me they build cast Bambili, say we get for be the status of a university, like a college, where they call them for the King's language today. Ayijo, he take the money, he go instead being a university of Yaoundé. Now the thing what they call and say negotiation. Say that money where you go take them, say me you go be cash bambili. Why you will take and go put an for this side? This one be there for you. Before you be one country take key enter my house. I be get my government. When I join government, I be get mobile wing police. I be get this one. I be get this one. Wait till it be happen for there. And now they can't in a way it be that. Now the way they call I say negotiation. Say when you give what we belong to Kaiser, the other one to Caesar, For come for secret juicing active man. Mr. Director, you say it be ignorant. No, secret now it be a conscious person, not thief person. Secret, it even come out run for Cameroon because of money when it be OCCC bank. We go take a buy bus and say me they begin carry people and they for Douala. And now for the way come run. So most of them they work and do all these things them any play where money did it because they pay back those debts them. They pay back those debts them. It be to about close to 17 million CFA. Secret, Yi and Akuru, they take Amazonian people their money for Operation Destiny Child, where they be say they want to go bring some people from Ivory Coast. No, for Sierra Leone, me they can't fight. They talk now say, oh, best way be the lead the delegation, they kill it for forest. Now they sick of that. They take money for Amber Star team, $15,000 a chop 'em. They take out for Momo County, 10,000 a chop 'em. Now you go for Canadian retreat for Toronto. You go represent the TTA, where that time where commando be talk say any person if give him money, he go take commando, he go represent commando for the. Then after, it sell commando. Because la Republic, he go talk say they want peace. And for semi peace come, me wanna go eliminate all the fighters so that me they not the fight again. So for proof for la Republic say he being a man of the job, he go make deal with commando, talk say if you don't go take money, me commando go take money for this place. Commando one go, he said commando he two boy picking them, they kill commando. And when they kill commando now, play where they want to go take the compensation for they go for the La Republic military, he finish them, he kill them, he lost the evidence. He can't tell now say if they be go they fight now, so they be go they do now, all this kind of thing. Any place you organize a conference, Secret will come. He don't go for England for we buy them. If you go for Belgium, it go every place is the way money day for day. Now they be do the Naki and Mark Barata them and all of these people. So they find out their money for their pockets. Where when they come for outside they can begin to tell you people so. Now make I define this thing before we continue. La Republique now a sovereign country. And like a sovereign country, it get the prime objective now for maintain and protect its own territorial integrity. That is why the Cameroon where they talk say be one and indivisible. Now the preaching where Amadou Ayijo be the preach about the tribes of the north, the south, and the east. So the territorial integrity for La Republique. Now the boundaries the way it get them when it get the independence. We were never part of it. The 1st of January 1960. Now the territorial integrity that for La Republique. If we don't separate, we don't already put we own country. We don't already we fight now for recognition. We get a problem with La Republique. We get for go follow the principle where the United Nations international community don't prescribe them. Say both parties me say we and La Republique. We get for meet with La Republique as a government, a country with we own government, with we own people. So when we can go for Swiss talks endorsed by the international community, La Republique is denied for come for day because it be the cook talk for back with the leaders. Now it don't pass through Diongute, it go back Canada. Say 60 people say they more want something for diaspora. Me you try for host we. How you feel talk say you be a different country from La Republique? Then La Republique, it want go make a conference for some place. It give invitation for you. It still mean the same thing like how people that talk say they want accept the special status from La Republique. La Republique not get no moral authority, no legal authority, nothing for organize something, even a national dialogue or whatsoever, for now invite Southern Cameroonians. We are not part of them. We are not part of them. We're gonna forget all those things the way they can't talk, say, oh, they want to do something international. So when they make elections for 2019 or 2020, something like that, what your time they do, they go carry fake people them. Come say me, they can't talk say they be people them for Amnesty International. So we don't know these people them where they come for. You say any place where they discuss the Southern Cameroon's problem for them. In what capacity? In what capacity? Nobody go go.
That one not the most foolish talk way I don't ever hear them say any place where. Why not just go for Yaoundé for CRTV? Just go.
The issue director and I say as it stand now so, the only authority where it is against this Canadian mafia where they do now the interim government, because now the interim government they withdraw a document signed by Dr. Sako and then Dr. Mungwatu. He put out a statement where they feel file them. Any other person where it project itself for them like a leader or whosoever, be they the Sikot, the Ayuk Tabe, the Kometa, the Chris Anu, and the rest, they never put out any legal paper because they don't be constrained for go against any peace effort of La Republic. Remember, all of them be attend the last Toronto talks where they be go for them. Chris Anu, they be go, they say they want to go see who they be there for the talks. And when you can play the video where yesterday they talk how when they begin for invite all and me go for it. So all these people who on here say they be talk, say they be ambassador people them. They never put out any document for outside for it because they themselves all they endorse them. They endorse them. Even a year they make small statement outside there now because they see and say popular popular opinion for ambassador is there against that talks. So they want to try for mago. So much so that tomorrow, if they go sign something like last time they say they want a greater autonomy and they want a peace and all those things, so that get any legal document where if you put them inside file, that document where President Sako sign up, Dr. Mungwa put them, it will be forwarded to all the international community. They put them inside file. Even the next president it will come and this one will can't come. Any two-way person can't talk verbally, the whole water because. The reason why would they get problem, La Republic they get problem now because they not get any union treaty, no legal document where it tie us with them. Because before Fumban, I usually talk say they make gentleman's agreement. What are their private phone calls they make out with Foncha and Foncha or Moon them and the rest. So they not be able to file those things and for they. Otherwise, if they get that proof, they for not proof and for you. So any ambassador person where it be stand for outside day, all the people them. You tabe them, SCNC people, and Gala for them, all the rest them, I give them. Since can be today, they never put out any official document with letterhead for sign them. It means that they be part of it, they endorse them. They endorse where to where it happen. Yes, because La Republic will tell them tomorrow, say they will still sign something, they will tell you, say, oh, we say the proof will not be against any peace effort by La Republic. We don't want peace. Which way we find out we don't want a peace. We need justice first. When there is justice, peace will follow automatically. La Republic withdraw, go for a boundaries where we obtain on the 1st of January 1960. Automatically, peace it will be. That's the reason why we defend our own territory. We cannot cross to La Republic because La Republic territory doesn't belong to us. We not get nothing for do with La Republic. Native people they enter for house with the one sell and say they come up for house, they go for their compound. So now the thing and that way, ambassador they get very smart for no. If you especially those one they go to form themselves say they be ambassador People's Liberation Council. How can you live from a government? You reduce yourself to be a council. Council that it be now inside a country under a government. Now you leave the interim government. Now you want to go to create a council under whose control? Because La Republic is the one fool and say me una can meet up here like a group of Anglophones and whatsoever. And when they want go for that, they will treat you people as terrorists. They will treat people like armed groups and rebels.
I know so if you talk
before I give you the talk,
yes, watch it, go ahead.
Before I give you the mic, that young man, what I call a name, so yeah, that young man you call says he caught. That man is now one Cameroon candidate, number one. If they get meeting, last time they had a meeting, he was there. Every year they talk say, oh, I drive my motor. Then they Celine Dion, this their wash boy, they call and say prime minister. He actually say to do it. They are all one Cameroon. This guy, say inside Momo, that guy liquidate Momo their case. I mean, he just empty the case, don't even liquidate because that was a different word. He empty the case. Now he chop Momo money inside. So that guy is considered a big thief man. Now La Republic 100%. Where you want to talk about that side. So those ones have not been even people will put it. Because all of them, there is no longer federation. Those guys when they say they stand for federation. No, they're not there again. There is no federation. It's just two sides as we don't always tell one. Either you be for the freedom of our people, or you join us for restore this independent for acknowledgement. People know, say, we'd already put this independent one, may they know, may everybody know, or you there opposite defense. And these people don't choose their side for be opposite defense, for be will La Republic. I don't tell them, I say, before, they will use laissez-passer for Southern Cameroons, for go that side for La Republique, for East Cameroon. That time they call and say West Cameroon and East Cameroon. You will need laissez-passer. If you come out for, say for as they call and say, for Bamenda or for Northwest, you want pass through East Cameroon, there's East Cameroon or Bafusam or Douala. You need laissez-passer for take and come pass, then come go for Kumba. Now so it be the worker. We come on here, so you want go na through for Bamenda, you want pass na through Tiko Douala Road. You go need laissez-passer for cross Mungu for go past there. That was the statistic where be there before. So everything will be get them for East Cameroon now would na airport on a seaport on a banana on a Muluwe on a power cam, everything be registered under we and will be self-sufficient nation. One way they be talk so will be able to live without that side. Now only when we join now where you see them. So anybody where don't decide for take side for stay like La Republic, them will understand. But the point where one is one say, we want know all that people where they go Canada, and as we know, we will show now because they don't take side. Since the one talks, the one make them inside, maybe listen and Gumba house. You know, saying Gumba houses or things and then they come out inside. They just hide on a back, but not be said enough leak. But no matter where you hide, no matter where you hide them, under rain, you know if you hide them for a long time because when ground wet, it will come up inside that product. Now for that end, I'm before go for next topic. Take a Mr. Paddy. They still put mic for me. They want my talk the whole time. But it be okay. Mark climb since no one come, but this one Mark continue the talk.
No worry, we'll continue. A lot of things in the way we'll go talk and we I feel say it go link we to many discussion. I just listen to an audio way one of Papa the send I don't listen to a lot of audio the way people that they bring up. And I will still insist for this particular point because even though Ochiba will argue say President na Papa for house if you talk about Pekin, when a smart Pekin supposed to learn for a Papa a method where it work. Sometimes we not become one enemy because of our emotions. Sometimes we overreact. I not say we Amazonian they don't overvex or something. I take for instance like now this Papa he talk don't make Cameroon. Now one of the Papa I think say they for Momo County. I'm not sure say go one make a read. I will play the audio when time reach that make we hear them and play other audios the way people that they give up. We also will send out a link to discussion. We'll send out a flyer earlier on. He get Bohebe a picture and this victim for Chris Arnold. That name na pay second. And I hear say a lot of audios and a lot. I know I listen to all the audio then because today don't be a very busy day. A lot of audio they don't come out in that. So as I listen to this daddy because I don't send the audio, so they call where I did live now. What I wanna say I come out. It try for caution. He say like Dr. Mungwa appreciate. He say when you hear good thing, in spite of which way you feel about the person, when you hear some good way the person talk, you get to talk and now you will watch I just talking now about this secret. What is secret talking about bad thing? We get to condemn our all strength. Which way this other man talk and a bad thing, we get to condemn our all strength. But if you read which way a young Bohebe write them a good thing, we need to appreciate them. Secretary of State for Communication yesterday, we appreciate them. And we fly and every so would invite so I'm on debunk that one very clearly. I never communicate with Bohebe now for close to 1 year. The last time I talked with Bohebe was last year when my patients linked me. I had to discuss with him on something. That poster be the show say we go use some of the things and we he talk for educate with people or for agree with and place where we disagree. It no mean say we don't become part of it. And so for agree on some of the things that we both have, they try for talk about they criticize them. If he whole right up, but they try for show now how we Cameroon they play wayo. Cameroon don't reject Swiss talk, then don't come up court Cartier, court Conshort, go for Canada, for go start talk, for go organize your own conference you want, and then you get Ambazonian them. People with in fact I don't want to really call them Ambazonian. People we call themselves Ambazonian, they be represented. So if we take, maybe you throw away the Bohebed if he bad for you plenty. Miss if I don't criticize it plenty time for TV. But this particular two if you write them, not two of you encourage them. So before we conclude on this subject, because one more start take course, I would like me Ambazonians them because I will be ready for really answer some of the questions them based on our concerns. But before we start take them, I want more finish them. I will play some videos them, more enter for the next talk where you get to do how this young man per second be their victim. When I remember saying this very people,
right?
Yeah, move talk about that way. Go ahead and write and Adam for this conversation before we move on. Go. I think say I will give the floor back for you, Nelson or Chiba. If you need any line for the you want to even read and people understand, so that will break up. Which will agree for them and which will disagree, will do them. They will enter for this one now. How all these things happen for the same time? Because if you look this Canada conference, it come by UN convention for Geneva Convention. You know the cash man for wartime killer. If you get to kill him, you don't supposed to even show on the television. So now crime that now way that one purporting in Amazonia. Maybe Amazonia they do that in La Republic put out some agent them. We don't choose to sacrifice on one man. But move finish for the boy by right up. Maybe one talk some more talk for the matter before we continue.
Yeah, Malemi, I will always appreciate any effort where any Amazonia person put them outside there where it would take with struggle move forward. I don't read the document where Bo Herbert is writer, and well, it talks something that for the way they be good, but for me, any person where a stand up today, if one talk because I not see play they use like for every all they talk Southern Cameroons, we therefore also include and say alias Amazonia, because some people misinterpret and say a southern part of Cameroon, and some people na enable them there for La Republique today. They say they be southern Cameroonians them, but they fight against independence. So if you want me for independence, you must also attribute the name Amazonia for this. Because some of the talk say all of them are southern Cameroonians, but they are not Ambazonians. If you don't remove the word Ambazonia for the
they are celebrating federation, not independence. So one day even come
yes,
celebrate federation.
And another way I get them with Bo Herbert na say first, it talks I mean consistency. It not be consistent because na person where it will talk something today, tomorrow the actions and they will be different. First, he say all man they equal, all groups and they equal. Equate itself the Morris with the interim government. And I know say the Morris not still function because even that Amazonia calling where be the do am, they be not talk the East stop them. You know they still do them. You know they just do the Amazonia calling. So if he understand, talk say Morris equates the interim government because the all talk say president get for claim down the high horse. Why it be say Morris? You know use the on letter head like Morris. he sent out a communique, a document signed for distance itself and condemn which way La Republique he try for do for Canada. Because the two write them, not just a normal thing where he write them for your own name. But yet, when they want to talk, say me people that come for here, he will talk, say, oh, Maurice, he be equal to interim government, and he be a group leader, Okay, now, if he write that document, put both have for the Israel like an individual, wait to be the position for Maurice. What make we know. Now, what I become out with that statement, say, now only interim government way, it don't put out a legal document, it don't writing, it condemn that talk. Any other person, if still come, go for back, go for down, for see which direction, what talks they would go for it. Both happen. Now, the same person, that way you see, now interim government bring it, president bring it for Team Act. It go for Team Act, I mean for LCSC, first of all, Ye and Fontaine Nibadan, they go dismiss president for LCSC. Then he go again, go dismiss IG for Team Act. Say they want to dismiss IG for Team Act. He write letter, send for the French Parliament. He thought they will settle for anything less than independence. And he no use the address, email address for Team Act. He go use now a personal email address so that when the letter come, it will can't go now for ye. Me no can go now to the group email for Team Act where they there for where they out there. Now you way if he talks he support Adu Karim say he get right for go meet up Bishop Kia go for occasion where security clearance be given by La Republique people them that time where they be go for Bamenda for the way lockdown be even day he go against the lockdown he go and Bohebet when he even ask and say why Adu Karim be go for they not brief interim government go Bohebet talk say no he be brief he. So they brief he take the message, he should not you quiet. Now only you want if you know the message. And today, now either Iriwaka talk so. Either go for Tapang Ivo, Tapang BB na consulting leader, ye and Mark Barata. They run event, Bohebe organize your own event the same day, the same time. Now he finish the event, he come out go for day. He go give $500, say the support Tapang Ivo for consortium. A few days later, he go cancel again the check. He take again the check. He come for draft. We know say we dey restore we country. He come for draft. He say we give $3,000. He not give it not 5 francs. The same people where they go for the conference for Canada, I mean for DC, they go unite for day. They wake up again. The chakaram. Now you go draw a list. It talks say they get for make election through your own website. When now you want a designer, you know collaborate with different people. And when they deny the thing, it will come now and talk say they so. We never restore no country, we not get no government, say no government, no they exist because even as so they be vote dual government through fraud and so. So according to ye, now only your own system it be fine. But have be the person where be champion the act ARCC where it be the fight now for destroy the institution of the interim government. Now the same boy have this be unable for even condemn Ayeba. We atrocities where they work and kill people, kidnap with own people and do everything them. So when leader like this they can't rise some kind of them, Male me, you know they don't move me for one thing because I know say he don't talk that one tomorrow. Call him for phone. Say me can talk on behalf of ambassador. You know, even if I accept say something they exist like interim government. You know, if I accept say something they exist. So I hear say some point in that letter, it talks he want go create the own militia where they will fight. That means say we want to create a country force. If you want to create our own militia, like armed groups and all those kind of things. So it don't get for only can't talk say it is distant itself like for talk something against Canadian this thing, but the effort for disrupt the institution of the interim government, for discourage the draft, for fight against the interim government, for the support people that they kidnap people that they kill with people them, the effort where you know they even feed prisoners, you know they even feed refugees them, you know they even do anything. I mean, you know they even feed refugees them. It means say no be somebody where they get for trust them, and I know if you trust in 1%, even now just 1%. Somebody like me, I know say when I give second chances to people, but I chop when I don't put sand for your career, I dey chop with you with a very long spoon, If boy one come back, me come through the door, me no go pass through the window, me no go the pass through so. The fact say ye say you know if you acknowledge and say we get government, we get counties, we get LGAs, we get this and that. Anyone talks to this interim government, you know, to do something. If get mad today or they talk now because the interim government they make draft and they form the restoration forces where they fight. Enough for they get place for the talk. All those guys the way they talk for they combine. If IG no be they give money for people, I mean they give fight for home front, fight all that kind of them, feed prisoners them, do everything. You know for year anything. Tell me place where I give access up, it talks no feed refugees because they are not prisoners. I mean, they not be victims. I have talk say they go give chop for refugees now for bribe them. Who no want feed refugees? Now La Republic person. La Republic no one even see refugees today. It wants me they even die now for die all. Me wanna tell me any day where all these people and they can condemn, they be united to fight IG, for fight the interim government and everything. And only because maybe because they not be consult Bohebe first for Canada. And now why that they not be consult now why they can they write all those things. If they be consulted, they will do whatsoever. Enough for can they write all those kind of things for them. Enough for can they write those things them. So me show we a document written by an organization when Morris where it claims it be equivalent to the interim government. Me show that document where they write and distance themselves from there and how much support they be not get for refugees, for restoration forces and all those things. Because without the restoration forces, without the upkeep of the refugees and the prisoners, they're not for the camp for here for the talk today again. They tried this so long ago, they could not succeed because they used to use by the argument of force, not the force of argument. Now Dr. Sakoro can put the argument of force. Now they say me Dr. Sako claim down the high horse, me claim down so me
Mark against more UN so that may not go talk excess pass for play with. If it enable the commentary, then we will get people go understand them very clearly. Okay, I will take them back a little bit since as you know I talk for long. If you notice when it comes to all these things which we call a legitimacy, legitimate means a man will get the right, even for village. When we're not there for village, you know even people for village don't get land certificate, but they get where they measure my boundary. And then man we get right. Like if your papa, there may be when your papa get some particular place, you get right for do the thing or get for this particular land or for do this one. I talk about even a very primitive or a local underdeveloped setup where you don't get modern day laws. You get way for determining first way you get the legitimacy for something. So if you do now, I will play Chris Arnold some video where I try to crop the video to put them so that when I will get them for link them for which way at the talk now. How you didn't know legitimacy for some things? President Sako talk for his speech. I like to quote the speech because it will be a package of everything. It will be a thought where I believe a lot of Amazonians, if you look, it talks saying this was a people's led for Gojitinka them, Ayamba them, where they don't die. Maybe today we'll start where they start declare interim government. Maybe today, maybe the first time this way they start for do a where they talk say they want to do even them this one they call a Kwanga. We don't try for declare own interim government. I try for make sure so I put this video so that Amazonian people will watch out. If you don't try to for declare own for Boya or Warana for side. But what to be the difference with this interim government now? And every other way they don't try for do, or the proxies the way they try for do. Now say as a people-led movement, it work because the people be endorsed. Now the question will be now say, how will migrate from Skakuf, even back to consortium? Even before consortium, if we get lawyers, they be there as a separate. The lawyers were not protesting alongside with teachers. No, now after they don't write separate petitions where they choose to come together, and then different civil society movement join now, it form consortium. And then consortium migrate into Skakuf, Skakuf into governing council into the interim government. How this interim government come out for President Sisiko Ihan, enter for Dr. Zako Ihan? We'll get to examine them very closely. Was it via a fraudulent means? No. If we go now through legitimacy, when you hear Anos, the upper mouth, big mouth, the claim, it get the audacity. I will play the video some more time when I was here. For talk about division and other small IGs. I ask myself and I say, now dullness, now foolishness, or now ignorance or now arrogance. But I think it's a combination of both. Because Now, you know what they call them for grammar when they talk say something is a loud sounding nothingness. That's the best description you can give of Chris Arnold. That means as he voiced the shout, so if you crystallize everything, put them together, all to the talk, he do plenty. Must specify what you mean. Chris Arnold, like secretary for communication, spokesman, I mean say man way now he be top man for government. We mean say he's supposed to understand government, policy, laws them. As top man for government, number one, in before understand what to be department. Who they for meeting? Well, ask Chris Arnold difference between a unit for a department. When all this crisis we don't start, we get a meeting with Chris Arnold. Oh man, we did it, maybe did it. I ask him, board members, I did it. I ask him one question. I said, what be the difference between the units them for your department and ABC Amber TV? Chris Arnold said, it be on record. It not be even know. So if you understand the way he manager, go ask Arnold, say, even the interim constitution where it is on them way, ask he, wait see, interim constitution, we talk about an election. Arnold's no know. And then also he get that evil anxiety. Last year, I tell people right from board meeting before one come public. I've discussed this one with director for ABC. I say I know Arnold's intention. I talk with Dr. Tita, they argue with me. For 2020, I talk with Dr. Tita, argue with me. Before even 2021, I said this Chris Arnold, this what they do in a campaign. This one be communication they do. Because president do speech for night. Chris Arnold woke up for morning time do his own speech on 1st October. He planned the same thing for 2021. You really inevitably respect nobody for government. This is somebody that wants to be a leader. But Chris Arnold never respect nobody. Ask even those coopers who they will hear now. Even Dr. Ngwame don't complain with me. So Chris Arnold be recalcitrant. And this word na Dr. Ngwame word. So Chris Arnold never respect the president of the government. He never respect the members of the communications department. He never respect any cabinet member. He be feel too big for a mind. Now, why I would call everything combination between Anu and Kometa as a coup. Because if Kometa even be a man where he gets sense, if you get to ask yourself, this person will make plenty noise. Did this person even respect structure within interim government? Now, for the way we will not know legitimacy. Because some person asked very foolish question yesterday about interim government and many interim government. You know fit get legitimacy, you know fit transform illegality into legality. President Sisiko, now through a legal process, where they be movie hand over Dr. Zapo. But now through an illegal process, where Chris Arnold take people, then they do what they do on Zoom. A lot of people, they were in charge of interim government, now they don't understand them. The interim constitution never prescribe elections. It no be dey inside. So for no country, Anglo-Saxon culture no talk so you can't force and enforce am. And President Sarkozy be deny elections, contrary to which way the one you believe. If he talks if una don't decide an election una want, then make we do a constitutional amendment. And that constitutional amendment, the suggestion, if you only come now, a constituent assembly. And the constituent assembly is supposed to be made up of stakeholders. Let me say people where they give money. Chris Arnold, they be stakeholder, they give money. Come and down there, they give money. Most of them for they we don't already see beforehand. So if they follow legal procedure, they could be knocked out of the game. So that way they get some their think tank meeting. My pussy come out talk say it is so they no fit deny the word coup plotters. Why? Because coup means say you despise law, despise legal process, use something by power, by fire. Now, if they don't even succeed for their coup, why? Because even though they take treasury, the money now they hold for their hand, they don't even chop them. Even the one they put it on chop, the other one it is posh already because court, the matter they say for court. Now the first thing I want to get to know, Number two, be say, you know, take the stakeholders. So you know, be their cool no work. Because even Bridge J. Carr, the system don't acknowledge, say, President Sako be remain. Now then talk, not be me I talk. They say President Sako remain with all the county chairs. Now county chairs they be leader way represent the people of Amazonia. Now why that way Chris Anos not be able to raise 10,000? He raised 5,000. Take the other one way you only give, he spend 15,000. Yeah, he friend them three. They come go Yaoundé, go chop, go for Calabar, go chop life, don't come them back for America. Think so we talk all this one as me people they understand. And now I try to bring the one I will put on like a bridge so that it will help with a link why the key that other arm man where they call and say per second. But before we even get into that, I want to make we examine this element for plenty interim government. If something they like plenty interim government, now why do I see a call yesterday Dr. Mungwa they like there is nothing like the interim government led by Dr. Sako. It doesn't exist. There is the interim government and there is the president. Say so another man call himself president. The president. Me and Onesio Chuba, we choose today. If we call myself president, is that what makes you a president? No. You understand? So maybe because you talk on television, we make you be president. So when all now people when the still stand for bridge, the still things say Anos na some president. Ask he say what legal process will lead you to become president? Which constitution? Bring the constitution. Telling me quote constitution. I don't see they don't dabble a lot of times, talk a lot of junk for their television. Because even the Restoration Council, at the time where they try to do it to the one do say impeachment, the Restoration Council will already be deformed. Means say by law, Thomas and one use of we talk something like that one. Means say by law, your Restoration Council will make itself a court. But if one considers a Restoration Council be court, inside interim government, the Restoration Council will be the Supreme Court. Because Restoration Council be created by the Supreme Court for this movement. We're not the president. Now me say the Supreme Judge for Isa Amazonia, according to this wartime, unless we will go rich over before they change them, the Supreme Judge the president. It don't mean say wait we talk, they know if he counter them, but it take a process to counter them. Now me say president, now why do we see Marianta, even though I know the industry that they are TV they will do that charity. Marianta be smart. He dismiss Anu them all before time. Because president for almost every country. You see America who cause some time one make noise. Tell Trump, they Trump whole government down for days, for months. Say they get to more listen to him because even their Senate, American government where is Trump, even their Senate be the object to so executive order them. Trump whole government down. Now the power that way if he knows a person president get them. Then talk for level where they have a war. We still there for a developing democracy at the wartime. There's a small charlatan they go there for some Restoration Council. They don't deform them. They let our president be signed and talk say they get to wait yet. And president never talk say erase them. If you send me the camp for ASSC first, more revisit the discussion talk am. If now really people would have one legitimacy, if Anos be one legitimacy, when I ask you why we avoid the constituent assembly of Amazonian stakeholders. So there is nothing like many interim government. In fact, Cameroon wants to make plenty people and call IG them. Now we call plenty IG. But the interim government of the Federal Republic of Amazonia is one and only one interim government that has the legitimacy. Yeah, when I go ahead, watch it.
Thank you. Thank you. I get a lot for put them outside there. I will start from Maurice and actually, I will make my people may understand one thing about Maurice. These are Njange groups. I know we'll call them because some people tend to call government this one. The Njange house. Maurice, I think, couple of 2 people, 3 people, 4 that stay in that faction. Bohabet is just like a butterfly. It is say, I go land, you know the land. You see, butterfly farm, it there on top plant flower. He say, oh, I go land at the land. It come down, you think it's landing, it go. Once in a while, Bo, Comrade Bo is used to that word. He used to that word. When he discovered, say, he don't lost that credibility. He don't lost all that support. Everywhere where they don't lost that support. He don't still get much again. So he will come now, he realize and he knows, say, the IG is the only place where now the love of the people, now the heart of the people, now the root, now the foundation of the revolution. 98% of Ambazonians, they love this house. They support this house. They get their hope. They get their trust. They monitor where every movement they go. They rely on this powerhouse, ABC Amber TV, for their information, because they know, say, this is the only investment all Ambazonians that don't put them forward. This is their property when they get them. That's where the trust, where all Ambazonians they believe. Say, this one are only the all investment. This one are the only clothes we'll get the inside will cover. This one are the only thing we will feel proud, so we'll own them for inside Ambazonia. So they really believe, forget all the power. So ye Bohabet don't get it be Kenny man. It be some corny man. So he knows, say, when he come for inside this house, he go throw that one word and he will get support for people. No, we are not desperate. The Ambazonian people are not desperate for comrade like this thing, not be because of one word where I will support it. This is the very bow. We talk, say the Swiss talk. We not be so be the very bow way be glad to jump away from the house of the sister. Yeah, I feel support you for one time you can't endorse your one word. Also, I stand say yes, like Ambazonia and soil of soil. But if you're a prodigal son, come back to the house. We know who's have to put you for back bench. So if I come for that one, I'll talk to you. He tell a man with a chop coal pop. He don't start coal. He find microwave for put that inside and so boa bed. I will describe it. Then Mark come say, when to make a powerhouse in this IGB2 power of Ambazonia, yeah, it be the foundation where the people are alive, because now he defeat people, now he defeat the displaced people, now he defeat all the people where the immigrants where they Nigeria, now we defeat them. The IG now he help widows. The IG now he help orphans. This IG now he help all that political figure where they inside prison. The one where they backdoor. Now he don't set up the county by county and the LG where they respond to when they under the counties. Now you get the only powerhouse. This house will send information. So the rest of the house they not get anything where they feel ready provide them for Ambazonia. Ambazonia understand all their focus. They get their information for this house and they know so they get trustful information. When we talk of all these group them, this one and a group, Christopher Anu in the control a group. This is a man who say, oh, when I go be he campaign, his own campaign among his own people. So when he go be president, he go and say, he be now, he be president, he be comrade, he be secretary, he be pastor, he get plenty title. I don't remember all that title. Maybe say when he be there, he go unite all the group. But recently I get a discussion where he talk say, these groups, these IGs, they get a fall, they know they see eye to eye. So if he campaign for your own people, say he go unite, city man. This is very my first time I see it.
Yeah, before you just wait my play me Ambazonian people hear. Now me say the man where he talk, and then before 1 year, 2 minutes, he change. Una hear something.
Cameroon knows that there is only one legitimate interim government, the one that is backed by the Restoration Council of Ambazonia. Any other fraction arrogating the interim government appellation to itself is a pseudo. But Cameroon wants to maintain the divisions as much as possible because the very idea of the interim government, ladies and gentlemen, means a tacit endorsement of an independent Southern Cameroons. We know that. Acknowledging these pseudo-IGs equally implies that when tomorrow the Restoration Council removes Chris Anu from power, or Chris Anu refuses to stand for election, he can just as well move aside, form or create his own interim government, and you will be invited to Swiss or to Canada to sit there as another IG. If the international community, including the Canadians, wants us to believe that indeed they are so concerned with the divisions, then it is time they participate in storming out pseudo IGs. We should open our eyes to this. This is La République du Cameroon conspiring to divide us further. Fellow ambassadors.
Terrible thing. Terrible thing. Wait, now me say na anu stock. Wait. I say when I know it with Christian in Java talk, I say they need to invite he. That means say the man dollar. If Java talk say they never invite him, they don't invite another leader was on Swiss. Wait till Java talk, I say international community need to recognize that Dr. Sapu. Now which that way in a minute after that talk. Now the first thing that I will never more talk to one talk, my brother.
Chris,
Go ahead,
before I finish my talk before I come. Let me be there for you.
Let's go.
Chris, I know you look me now. What child is you be fraud? Chris, I know you be fraud. You don't contradict yourself. You are a Confucianist. You talk, you even laugh because you know say you be thief man. There is no way. No say, and I don't like spending time on you, but you cannot sing that same music. That music don't expire. Your tongue now it was past Never Queen. It bitter. It bitter what the word say, even Never Queen now for use of a cure sick. But your own tongue now the worst tongue. You are a traitor. You are everything where the people call them. You are a fraud, even with your own self. Even with the laugh way to the talk because you are not truthful. Because you are part of that thing. You are a power monger. Everything when you talk for this, what you contradict yourself, Chris. I know. You don't even know who will be at this point. I don't really have, are you the anchor man, or you're talking like a president, or you're talking as a secretary, or you're talking as a whitewash? Chris, hello. I beg, look, Ambassador are not still there for this clown. We don't pass this stage. We are serious for one moment. Let's be serious. Carry yourself, go Trump and Jengele Wata. You are no more in this revolution. Face fact and say the facts. You not be part of this revolution. Already you chop your tongue because you understand which way you don't combine them. All man understands so you don't sell out yourself. You not get even that moral decadent for talk in front of Ambazonians. Everybody know who will be. I will never so because there is nothing to talk for this man. This man just lie, now fraud, now fake. Every way they talk now whitewash. Take a back, take a you and you feed it, spend time for this guy. You don't get anything for offer that in Jange group.
Well, you hear me?
You see, now really some funny thing. Ochiba, go ahead, please.
Okay. I watched the video very well. Chris Anu, he talks Cameroon government, Canada, they go to invite different people, they call themselves say IG, so that if the people and they not go, it will show say we be divided. That one a critical statement that say he invite different people, and if the people and they not go, it will show say we be divided. By implication, if he talks say they begin for invite only ye, so that me it go for the fact say they go give invitation for other people and they not go, it will show say they be divided. That means it means say he endorse the talk. Now why that way he can talk Jesus for your own mouth? Say Cameroon government, he know say now only one IG a day, and say the IG where Restoration Council when I come and tell them they put them for the question where you ask them for Chris Anu now say, I do not say Cameroon government recognize the IG in bracket. If he and Cameroon government not the talk, if no mean a Cameroon government be plan for put it for day. Because the fact na say Cameroon government like France do not want them any person or endorse any person where it want fight for emancipate the people. Since 1961, all Ambazonians them or Southern Cameroonians or maybe like we put on Anglophones, where they be the fight for emancipate Anglophones or for Anglophones their right. La République never recognize any of them. It not be recognize Dr. Fallon. and fall on to be being a minister of agriculture. Even wake up, he resigned because the Republic he not be work up for city. He not be recognized Abel Mokong, where they even put it for prison. Prisoner, he write book talks a prisoner without a crime. He not be recognized the government for Pa Augustine Gomjoa. He not be recognized the Banjul Declaration. He not be recognized the AAC1, AAC2. He not be recognized the All Anglophone General Conference. He not be recognized Gojin Dinka. He not be recognized Pa Mola Litumbe. He not be recognized Frundi in the 90s. He not be recognized SCNC. He not be recognized Bala, time the way they be put Bala for consulting. He not be recognized Fontaine. He not be recognized Patasan. He not be recognized even Ayuk Tawe Ayuk take power. Even till today, he no one recognizes Dr. Sako. How come Chris Anu don't reveal for we say Cameroon government he recognize na own government where ye and commentator they put them. Now why that way they be do all those fraudulent things and where they not be there for inside constitution because they be want take power, they be want find way see say they fit take power, meet people that endorse them, then they go make a deal with La Republic. And all man don't call say Chris Anu a greedy person. Now person way want to say even if they want to do something better, now you want he will go stand for front. The people are not call their names for here. If you see La Republic, you know they recognize them. What did they do? Either I kill them, I catch them, put them for prison, and whatsoever. And the only time where Cameroon government feel recognize that person now when it all succeed for compromise the person. Now what that way, it moved 289 people for prison. The Fontaine Nevada will ballad them because if you don't already corrupt them, they will come and fight against us again. Now, why that way he corrupt Ayuk, talks a may try to form a parallel government, and they will come now study work with the project Ayuk. La Republic government, it project and recognize that person way, it already get backdoor agreement with them. Now, why that one is saying for their newspapers, they project Ayuk Tabe, they project Ayaba, they project this, and now Chris Anu now, you don't start the talk now, so you don't can reveal them. For all people where they will follow them, they don't can reveal them because we don't talk about the actions. Then people are not the one accept them. But today you don't can talk. Say Cameroon government recognize only one interim government. Cameroon government no one see us like a government, like a country. You no one see anything like that. How come it go recognize the government? If it per se. Now person this way, you don't talk say me the people that come up for Liberia clean their compounds and me they not make no lockdown, me they not make no ghost time, me they do so. It will come now, go to move, talk to me, they not draft, take money for draft, go lost some, because you know, once me they begin to fight the war, it take all those kind of things them, all those kind of things them. Then you see today, it don't open your mouth, it talk, say they begin for invite now only ye because when they invite the other people, they could deny for go, and it will show a sense like say we be divided. That is the Chris Anu way. When I be the talk, we be the tell, when I see the take, when I go for Yaoundé, when I did deny for here. Who say your brother day? Who say the rest of the Red Dragons and they did? Who say 135,000 US dollars we take them? Who say the money day? Why deny for show the people their faces them and everything now? So when I see either could commentate your name now, commentate do everything possible, say me Chris Anu enter for power. Commentate tell me for my own mouth. Say we must collaborate with Ayuk. Chris Anu to tell me for your own mouth, say we take federation. After 20 years, we feed them fight for independence. Now you this ili talk how will the Republic government recognize the government. And now why do we not send out any document for refuse the Canadian this thing? Because he be part of it. He go Nigeria for go see refugees them. He said they go see refugees them. When I say they go meet up Ambazonian refugees, no, because none of the baby dressed in Ambazonian colors, no speech. It tell them, the only way tell the refugees them for an enclosed group of people, it tell them say in the days ahead, Cameroon government is coming to talk with us. Now so you talk, say they can't talk with them. And now you they talk, say Cameroon government recognize it. So even I see this mago, they don't go even in Nigeria. No Ambazonian emblems, nothing. It means they don't settle for one Cameroon. A Bezong and not talk with Ayuk Tabe. And if today, when I see say this problem, when this thing that we start in the with Pangalafo, when you know say Pangalafo, now you come at the app like regent for your position. So Pangalafo, now you don't move like this summer Thomas and Larry Dancy, this SCNC people them. They claim say, oh, they will not fight for long, they don't do so.
Before you even go further with Ochiba, the question I want to ask for normal common sense be say, commenter fee say be wait away, they will just remove president and they put them. That means say, when I want to talk about people we need to respect, we get constitution, commenter gather some group of criminals for a committee within the legislative arm of government, within the Restoration Council. Not the Restoration Council. That committee they should on when I friend them, talk their team, put them on paper, then publish them, say me, then turn a law for the house. Una fi believe that? Una fi
no, director, they not be published that document. They be write that thing, they hold them, it stay only with them. When committee can read that, if they step forward, say you have 2 years. When they want agitate, say who say show for constitution. Now they go bring paper. They say, but why the other paper?
Talk about the one for publishing. I talking about the one time way Anos be do the thing the way the who can publish on one say president no support for change cabinet now. Terrible thing. Who be them? Wait to be them. Like you, president will be head of government. You don't say me no change cabinet.
You know the director, the error where we did it. That video where you get them for day, you will be questioning. You Amazon, they will listen to that video. They will understand exactly who side they come. They play the come. This movement start with consortium. They go enter meeting for Nigeria, and Professor Kasim Anyangwe he can't talk. Say the leadership for the consortium abroad now only 2 of them, Patasang and Eyambe. And he talks that they then work in collaboration with other groups them, like the SCNC and the rest. Atasan talks with the rest. So they gave one in collaboration. But when they go to form the Restoration Council that time, they go make mistake. They go take those groups that put them like permanent members them. So they like that veteran people them inside the United Nations. So now from that branch we come and they come where they feel change any person. But not bring that
video. The point is I will bring the video. The point is said. Even Kasnanyangwe objective we be talk that talk because I be talk with them during that time. An inside person among them at that time, the lady Jessica, that Jessie, where the video I will play now, my childhood friend. So around that same time when they come meet up at I be meet up from South Africa. I be go South Africa. Me and talk for a house. In fact, he carried myself from to almost to airport the day where I go back for Cameroon because if we want my carrier will go give the family. The girl they are from which were judge. Now say their mindset be say they don't succeed for get Patasam for their hand. So when you see Cas Nanyangwe be talk correct talk, but he never talk from his heart. It probably if you see say Patasam will be a puppet. This talk I tell you, so you ask Patasam, he will tell you. If you say Patasam will be a puppet, you understand? A puppet where they will manipulate them, get their way. Now, why that way is that courtier, short, enter Restoration Council, started talk about a revolutionary council. It's a Restoration Council when it discovers say Sisiku and Scoopers, they don't fail for topple government. Ma play this video so that we'll continue the discussion. When I hear them.
Something else.
Yes. Let's leave it for consulting. Yes. Let's leave it for consulting.
We are on ground, we know what we are saying.
Just specify that we're talking.
Yes. I don't know where the conflict will come in that all of a sudden they become scapula leader, SDF leader. No, I don't know. Okay. So what I'm saying is this. Yes. The operational arm of this movement, as far as the consortium is concerned, will be sorry.
We need to start over again. Please.
Correct that one. Will be Mr. Tassan and Barrister Yeah.
Yes. Please come over again.
Oh, yes. As we leave here, this meeting has thrown its weight behind Mr. Tassa and Barrister Ayambe as the operational arm of the consortium back at home. There is no other leadership. Further, in their activities, they work closely in collaboration, of course, with organizations on the ground and STNC. I think that Ambazonia, sorry, yes. That well, do we add Youth League?
All the others.
And all the other organizations. Oh, in that case, let's not be named them. Yeah, I think you name them. There are only 5. Yes. Unless the problem. We need a fundamental yes. The arm when they talk about. Don't go.
You see what I keep on telling you about this man they come for. That man for is evil. Don't
worry, we hold us. The other record I won't say too much. Record me. I'm missing in this video. It's a video, so just record. Just record around as we are talking. Okay. Because this whole thing, I've always gone to every single one. At the end of the day, all the people.
Yeah, when we are playing it, the person hearing will not hold the pedal. Let's go.
All right, please. Let's go back and continue.
Right. No, what is going to happen now? We are going to take a reference sound from you.
The room is open and I'll stop.
In there, let's get going back.
Well, social media gave way for keep information. If you among them today, you see the other people drag themselves. I also want to hear that one me not be like say now you and Paddy King and War Child they can do some of them say they do conspiracy theory. Now when I hear them, they say be talk for they don't tell their objective because I be communicate with them. One, I will get people inside. So the one now, maybe history will grow the read them for some book. The one now history will leave them. Now my talk something. You na see powerful ngalam for way na yes na comfort for your uncle. You see and say it bad believe don't start paying for dinner. You something that they go come out talk say you see they talk something almost say yes powerful ngalam for the only Tony but down so le cricket.
Even one of them talk for this.
The video talk I don't get nothing for talk. One of them talk for this.
The first thing I say for that video, director, you don't talk say consortium now the only leadership. If you work with the other branches, them collaborate with them. Then a partisan talk say no, he will work with every other groups them. So when I see and say the name Patterson and Ayambe, the toxin are the be the leader, no other leadership inside the struggle. So now the two they will work in collaboration with the other. Akoro Dede, he not be member for consortium, but today why are you going to bring it on consortium now for us? Consortium now for us? Man of
move up from my mob, you just say
and then you see powerful, don't be cool. Powerful, don't be
the
cool.
question I said. Now that Akuru, move go take Akuru first before we go for another man. As we see,
you talk through Paddy.
But Akuru, jump Akuru come up with our consortium. Wanna tell me? I beg, wanna tell me? I didn't understand because I need to understand.
Akuru, he own position for inside. He wonder every Ambazonia will want know well about Akuru because Akuru. It's terrible. This man just the profit, make a name out from something. This now the very Akuru way there we say the Naira 10 they be drop them for air for water, they be die somewhere for water. Where this man come out? Now this very man, he never even apologize for Ambazonians them. That word we be use and say the guys in prison, the Naira 10 they be die. He get in concrete information. Now not be me I talk him now. Okoro talk him with his mouth. How all these people they be die. Today, so if the chop chair, if you don't chop a chair, understands that people don't die for water, so he chop chair. Now it doesn't be leader for consortium. If we bring all this word together, now Pata sang a position that okay, if John Amba Akoro talks saying that he be leader, what he be? The leader means that he be next of kin. It means that people when they for prison, now he don't chop their chair. So now he be. But one
I not caught to read him up. To read it. Well, it means Akuru don't start this conspiracy theory and that lies on now because if you don't hide the power. So it one prepare Ambazonia and so on. Another put around there when I forgot about them. Since I me I don't be member of that team, or I don't left the team will be.
Akoro and Christopher Anu do not get plenty difference. Now two fingernails where they look you opposite so you not really differentiate which fingernail. They what can I so 1-1-1-1. Christopher Anu and a character and that Jumba Akoro. Jumba Akoro na say they do and that what I can say siasia small for background. It bomb and they come inside. Now that's self-made leaders. Then that way then they inside. If you don't chop chair where that people still never die. If you chop chair people they inside prison. So if you understand that these people then kill them. Where if the line alive for chop that chair. Since we climb for that chair, it they take order for who. Now man for when I talk so now man for asylum. Now man for bring people for Nigeria one bring a year. Time where this team you just start saying we don't sign documents, 7 people travel. Wait, let me know. Joe Bar Corona, one of the fraud the way they inside this revolution. Now one of the people when they first start the headache for that Swiss process where they go on John and Koro. Now one of the people where they even destroy the name where they talk so one for independent. So we there now for full independent John and Koro remove that word and put the own word there now for that one Cameroon Federation. So no matter all the flags the way the government around his skin, it be like chameleon where they try for pretend for change the color for camouflage the environment. Now so John Koro there. So now big tip that position where they own him it is hang on top. Now zero, not just because it they leave behind it. Most of them hold this position because they leave now behind. They make their small money behind all that position where they get them. Now for their stomach, not be for anything. So all that position hold them. Not just their position. They don't want let go at this particular moment. So they already fight so on to the day where God go actually put hand upon them. My level for now. Take a Mr. UN. I think my continue to pour water since the green come up. Or you don't come, bro.
You hear me?
Yeah.
I get you. Go ahead.
So allegations that they say Akoro, if he take contract for Are Mengo, he like that person will be the sponsor National Telegraph for Eric Tarh. So the talk say if he don't lost money for contract like 200 million, and they be lucky for sale for about 2 weeks. So time where this struggle start, and where he began for go for court, he said if he jail, we call them Rongo Bamenda. Talk say one go register like a representative for Journalists Association for consortium. So when these people then they find themselves abroad, like the other one, the way they fight against us. Now because they already get crimes them with La Republique, debt them for settle La Republique. So they get for do everything possible for fight for help La Republique. So that means they cancel those things them. They cancel those debts them or they like. Then why that way you will see say every place where they go, it come for inside. Remember, when they will go for DC conference, you go borrow $200 for night. Say 1 cent on later for African headquarter for midnight. Say when they will divide money for morning time, it would take it or it would yam. Now you be one of the leading people yam from Temneba. Say they go destroy the Swiss stocks. If it be possible, they will go fight, enter for they fight, do all those things. Now you can't talk say La Republique, you never give any commitment. So I did that. If now La Republique, they can't now the first come talk say La Republique, they don't withdraw. Whether they don't meet the public the letter where La Republique will jam for them, say them they don't withdraw from there. So when they don't already give power, they talk say no get nothing for do because consortium transfer it go for SCACUF, governing council, interim government. Ye with the help of Prince Akere them when I countryman, they will come again, they go we call that they go again for go claim name where no still exist. Nowhere not still exist. Person Pekin don't come up for Pekin, enter for boy, enter for come up for boy, enter for man, enter for oh papa. Now you will come again, can't go degree, say you want being a young the young Pekin for down there. So that issue where I could be toxic, they be key leaders and they throw them up. I mean, all for water. That might be being a La Republic sponsored agent and agenda that. Remember, I be hear some audio where I could be toxic, be the same message for Pata Sang say me not go for a meeting, they will can't catch people for the meeting. How be do know, say they will catch people for the. How be do know before they send the message, then Pata Sang no be get the message. Then again, when they be talk, if they talk say they don't keep people for water, they be one check say when they will just talk one time, so all Ambazonia them now they will just be discouraged. They will just talk say no, we will just leave this matter. We will just leave this matter. No say before 2 weeks where they want go cash you tabe them. Akuro, he don't go interview he put audio. What an audio? Yeah, they will make a sequence. Say they will go to interview Ayuk Tabe and Capo Daniel and the rest. He can't talk. Say he asks and say who will be the vice president XXX because if something it happen for Ayuk, we will take over. If he make us so because if he knows say the vice president, he be there for home front. So that when they catch Ayuk, so they will also catch immediately the vice president. So that means the whole thing just spoiled. Now the Akoro that, now the person that, when I don't hear money for Disney child, Destiny child, they take $30,000 and all those kind of things. Now ye the work I go divide a Guza market day, so say I about the control this day, so this one they control, this one they so. Even ADF they come, it didn't for Ashon for a village right now, so for a village. We be even forget that sick or we go take 5 million from Bandam. Before they still go make again go keep work go keep Bandam for outside. So Akoro, where a day for them. Ain't nobody mention any atrocities way La Republic they do for Batibo people. One day I be just see some short audio where they just come for you, tell they make the Batibo massacre. It talk say Ayaba no could deny this one now. Now so if you can't talk. Now ye don't can tell we on mouth. Say ye says I don't go to enter meeting them with Ayuk Tabi with the oral leaders them and we with Prime Minister John Gute say if somebody can't tell you for accept them, he go for the meeting and say nothing not there on top table, even a federation. You know did it. So last year when they want go for the CDN for Canada, it don't go rally some small group of people. Say me they can't give you endorsement, so that me go for they go represent the consortium. I think say we get some I don't forget this guy name. I'm not sure saying Marcellus. Somebody they blast you for this. Say who give you the authority? Say me begin to talk about consortium. Me begin to do so. Now person where you can't tell now every day. Say get reliable information. Say a woman for Commonwealth don't do so. This one don't do so. This one don't do so. This one don't do so. Now you move the word independence for SCLC minutes where they 1 year for Swiss HD. So it work for cover La Republic. Equally like Ayabadam and Akwanga. When Ayaba be right, I've been Akwanga right apology letter again for Pobia. They ship them abroad so that they begin follow nationalist activities, especially from the SCNC, so that they would either try for cost division and then they report to La Republic. May I tell on some story? Some Paddy way it all come up for village, it can't shut down for here. It can't shut down for Maryland. So as this thing they start, Cometana we Noel Ebini them. They say me they contribute money, they want help people where they don't catch them for prison. That part give $10. As he give the $10, so it want make 2 weeks. He don't carry bags and carry everything, so they go back home. Now Batty Bowman, say they go back home. As he reach for Douala Airport, they move that list where Cometana them with Noel Ebini, the Rogo Jan for La Republic, all my they contribute the money. They move the name, they show the pay in name, they tell say be persona non grata, I know if enter for here. So they put power for the next plane where they come back for America, they bring it back for here. So these people, now people where they come from front here, they can't use the name say Ambazonia, they do so. Then they fight. Where to be Ambazonia now a country where it get the boundaries, it get everything. when you see Ayawa, it talks we cannot live according to the boundaries imposed on us by the colonialists. It means you know accept that colonial boundary between separate was for Matazem and Mongo for the you know one believer. Now the way they go sign alliance with the Biafra people, so that means they term us like secessionists and all those things. That person where they say they're not fit feed refugees, they're not fit do anything. Ask them where to be their contribution. Apart of say they will go for table, go should not say they be leaders them, they be this, they be this. So even I see them from time where Akuro come, either they work now for satisfy the interest for the republic. Now the same to Ayuk Tabe, because when Ayuk Tabe go for the either to defend itself like Amazonia, la republic now they say okay, now to be committed, we be work for Sunday now in this. So now they're not free because if the 53, the other one they will hold you because of that money. Even the Makongo, then the rest. You understand? People in the way they don't commit crimes, they will la republic. Now why not even Pobia get the system where they work with them? Pobia, if they leave you, you do bad things them, do everything thief so, do so, or they take fraud means they put you for a numb, they put you this place, put you this place. Any day where you want to shine your wings for outside, they will can't tell you say, you know, say, now you be do so, you be do so, or be do so, will you do so, do so. They just clip their wings them. Now for now they way they do. Like Republican people way, you know, we trust them. And I see even the young guy will be where they talk say will separate. If you say be pastor, they will call you say afanyu or an whatsoever. I come out do wala go yaunde. Say me they go discuss how they want move for power. So. You go yaunde now they give you poison. They come on now, come on come. You sick with poison where they give you. Instead of go hospital, you still call the very people that for Yaoundé, say I better the bite. The people are now they not saying again their agents them. The agent are here say they go carry person, go bury them, they talk say a corona day. So why they not be quarantine the family? How you go carry person where corona be there, you go bury there, you leave the family there, they work at them freely. So all those kind of things. So now they think that with the citizenship of their
yes, you are. It is a warning for pull you and small break so that we go on. Okay, the thing we find for this whole talk we talk. Amazonian people when I watch they follow una comments them and they try to do some setting them. When I think call for every two we on the talk, we'll get one last thing we will talk on. But within that time, as we try to spice that one last thing we will talk, when I think call for ask questions, for share with our mind. I know some people get dissatisfaction on a lot of things. When a suggestion, they serve as feedback. Whatever information where any man give up. I want to talk this one again, fine, so that now I would open line. Now the only places where you see person call will not drop a call online. Purposefully
Director, I beg, I will forget something. When I be
no, you go talk and make I finish this point.
Yes, I will talk say when La Republic it project some person, no say they don't compromise that person. Like how I don't talk about Ayuk them. When I remember, France 24, they carry Ayuk inside some Mercedes, they work at the parade with me. Now that time when they start for the compromise. When I remember, Jeune Afrique, they interview Ayuk Tabe all the time them. When I remember, TV5, they go carry Ayuk.
24 minutes, I said they go interview Ayuk for prison. Then they interview Dr. Sakuba outside prison.
Now in that. So TV5, they go they meet up they avoid them, they show say they do audacious so they do so all those kind of things them. That is exactly what we can't talk for here now. This now Chris Aloro talk say La Republic recognize the government and so. How do you recognize your government? It means say you talk with them. You talk with them all the time because he quote the government and he quote the Restoration Council for committee because the same committee them and the same people. Now them way they want to go make APNC for move president, make all this kind, all that kind mago. So when we people they can't talk say people that be divided, people that they so. No, we not be one fight for restore Amazon and for restore individuals or groups. We want to restore counties, but for people for restore. Yeah.
For that point where you talk say La Republic recognize the government. That one 100% now because La Republic created that government. That's why they recognize it. That one will not deny it. Na proxy, so they know that one. That one an easy thing to recognize now. This other one, I talk say La Republic.
Need that recognition. Huh? We don't just receive award where Dr. Sako receive them from Black Caucus. That one, Atina way, if it's sweet to heart. So I would like to make some more progress. Watch, I thank you for that interception. The progress way, with the phone line on the open and a number that they wanna call. We still get again small time for they wanna for talk. This talk, so that mean they talk, they enter for people that can find on a call. People they still there wait for home front, and people they watch me. Una fit make una contribution. Would they all ears not just to listen? So wait till I have one more talk about them. I don't know why I not see that video. So that make we hear this video of this Bangwa boy. And make I talk something for we Ambazonians and before we get to this per second. Per second, on how they call them whatever. That Bangwa picking way Ano don't kill them. When I see the way Ano they commit crimes against humanity, against Geneva Convention. When you catch man for wartime, but now you they don't send the man me can kill him because when we don't finish analyze I wanna know. War Lord and for war. When you catch man, you supposed to protect the man. You're not supposed to kill him. If you catch man, kill him, behead him, you become like ISIS. And it's not correct. So we see on this young man, they call him per second, on our way to be name again. They make confession. Before I make any comment for that confession, watch I things I will let me talk. So that I can get this video player. But more refresh on our mind again for that per second in video. Now continue to talk.
Did you find the video?
Yeah, I find the video. I want to make you comment because you don't watch that video. We hear the interview session. Before I get my own talk, I want to talk you and maybe you want to talk some more talk.
You and talk something and not get that audio.
Well, what you were director talk for the na the truth. When I remember say Chris Anu we can't talk say he know the people the way they kill his brother. Say now 4 people. I mean say they be there them 8. 4 people them when I villagers them. And they catch some, they go tie their face, they put things for their mouth, they take the go so, they walk and go, they like public people, they stand for back, they do so. And it talks, reveal their identity them. But this boy, where he come for here now, so he can't talk how he now A2, is it no 2 by 2? Say now 2 by 2, he be kill a field marshal. And will be 2 by 2. Now the general where Chris Anu ye arrive aso the appointee for replace field marshal. So if you know, say 4 people kill field marshal inside the 4 of them, 2 by 2 is dead. Then you still can appoint the 2 by 2 where you know say kill your brother. It means they will make a game. They talk say okay when you kill him we will promote you, we will be so. You remember the same thing will happen with Efang, with General Ivo, where Efang them participate for kill Ivo, so that made they promote Efang. So when you see they kill like this guy, so now because they want lost more evidence for them, and the reason where they make up for them, I say we will already ask a lot of questions. Say who side the people where you say they kill our brother day? Why you hide them? So they will be able for sacrifice the person for put them for here. So now the thing of that would for sacrificing for show people and say, okay, now the guy is where they kill it. Now, where is the 2 by 2? And where now uses that don't put it for the. So we want try for tell Ambazonia Restoration Forces that see when you go commit crime for some person, where some person say you go commit crime, they will come finish you for lost the evidence. The time the way secret juicing, they take commando, go sell them. The boy the way they be kill commando, they still come again, they kill the boys them. They still come again, they kill the boys them. And so it always happen every place. Even Mad Dog, when they will go for a Meta Credit Union, they go tip for the with La Republic military. Mad Dog it been an ADF. Now when the video it become leak, what it happen? ADF too, they wake up now, go sacrifice it, they kill it around for city chemist runabout. So I don't really know if somebody be for a rightful senses where if he talks Chris Anu know all the names for the people where they kill his brother. And inside the 4 people them, he still take one, he promote it, he put them for a general. Person where he kill your brother, you put it for general. You put it for general. It may be because as we don't talk with the over the ask question, they don't carry the one for go sacrifice him. This guy will be see inside motor of La Republic, anywhere La Republic, military close them. Even this one, the way they work and make noise for they call the Orana Clovis whatsoever, where they did the Arrow Center. All of you people, when I already La Republic, they just feed one for there to keep up. Like say if you buy a fowl for November, say you go for the feed them so that for Christmas Day, you could then take and go finish them. Now so it will come for you people. When we advise, we are not listen. We advise Commando in a year. We advise Ayeke in a year. We advise Mad Dog them they know year. And every of these people. Some of them they go take money even for La Republic elites. They put them for one pocket talk. Say me on not fight with them. When I take up Bamileke people them. When I take them for Pamwal or for CDC. What you wanna forget for no see those people them. Because of the fear, say they not go come for the every day for still give on money all the time, they will go finish on. They will go finish you people. Why you go for the big crumbs for some person? Why you go for the commit crimes them? Say you want commit crime, a check say you will go free tomorrow. No, you're not going to go free. That guy for the when he be the talk, I believe say even inside heart, if you don't start for the regret, say where if he be really know, say if he really know so. And a lot of you people still there where they don't can't deceive when I say when I live on a LGS, when I countism, me when I go join Unity Warriors, me when I go to join this whatever. Since time they create Unity Warriors, more fighters and don't die for the combined pass which way La Republic, we don't even first try for attempt for the ADF don't kill more generous, more than La Republic. And I think that people they can't tell lies and for you only because they get big voices and all those things they can't confuse you people when I begin to work and they believe for them so person way he hide people where he kill a brother and he move one for they promote and for general he hide person where he go carry one money 135,000 go jam for you person where they can't talk say they talk with a reporter some before they come for live show now they talk say La Republic recognize he like a government who say when they go. And who's that?
You and my take before that video come up. Two of me Ambassador, you know, 2 of the other guys where they talk for that group say 4 where they kill a brother, 2 then they do 2 be recognized and they do that 2 by 2 where they talk so that one where they promote I get them for meeting where they be there last time. So now well known. Something where Chris Ano know everything where they inside. You know all that guys are name. If you promise Ambassador and say no one call their name, but I tell you say he know every bit of way to a pass. And as I tell you say Chris Ano they take a phone call every fighter where if he lay hands on for inside business because now businessman he don't tell when I say he don't get anything for loss. Say he don't lost a brother, he don't lost a woman, anyone around a personal family. But he be that one where they call and say he was past a pese. But understand so he be Judas, he position as Judas, he bad pass because it is sell every Ambazonian. So as you and talk for that part, by that point, if you be fighter where you take money for other fighter ahead, you chop. May you know say the very thing where they do that fighter go do you too because that man where he take that money. He no take now only 600,000 for that other fighter headway you don't take and can't give you. Now 600,000 take him no. But me understand say that man will take that money, he take like 10 million safer. So he go want hide the evidence. And the only way for hide the evidence now for do away with you. So that chain go lost for road and nobody will remember. And may you know say La Republic not be good. And you get for think about yourself, say, is that the reason where you be pick sugar cane for defend your village? Is that the reason? Because most of una wanna hold that sugar cane, no wanna buy them with that money. Now people, now the LGA them buy them, give una that thing, so wanna defend the common papa, wanna defend the common school picking, wanna defend the vulnerable. The other people where they not get hand for fight, but una stand good now, una don't use that very sugar cane. Una take and exploit that people, una take and kidnap them, una take and put pressure for their head for take money. Where you take money, these people they swear on top that money where you seize them for their hand. Because now you don't worse past even that enemy. Where they talk say they be the first to suppress them. You don't can worse past that enemy. So anything you do one for them, may you know say they swear. They swear for your head as you kill the innocent one, as you torture them, they swear. You know go good. So may you stand for the better side, for which side where you choose them. You choose not the enemy, then you walk with the enemy. Whatever talk say where you don't tire, you put that sugar cane for under planty, you run, go hide for some side. The after some time where you don't think, your head don't come back, you can't pick your sugar cane. So don't say yourself, because when you say yourself for enemy cheap, your enemy will then come back and use you. Because if you be man where you save, if you one save tiger or lion on boma, inside hole where you don't fall, may you understand say if you're hungry. I see there is a hole that number of time where you don't know if you're hungry. And when you save it, come on for outside, it go chop now you for get energy for continue. So you that one there for DJR center, not the count that one them because now lost set, they don't lost. They not be first even being they not be being a fighter. You get general they then did it 100. They be enter they check say bread and sardine they come on for DJR center. So when they be enter inside that center, checks that will give them money. As they enter, so you can be in a trap. Many they will they not be ever pick sugar cane because na longer make them go for DJR center as they enter, so they can be in a trap. They not get away for common. If you there for DJR center for 4 years to 3 years, you know get common identity. You say don't learn tailor work. They don't buy need they give you. You feel say they can't give you. If they don't give identity, they don't give you chop bread for one day or that they are sardine where they promise you. You think that very people will move you for that place. So you waste your time for who's type of a day. Because all the way they're outside they don't mean good for you, Southern Cameroonians. As one Southern Cameroon don't do, they call you, they don't call you another name. As you there for day tomorrow, after they don't finish the other one, they will turn for you. Maybe they'll finish you the same day where they will finish that minister the way they are on there, or that Joe, or that mayor where they don't go Canada, or that priest, or that pastor the way they don't go Canada, say they go negotiate for you. They go sell you. But they forget say that very place where they did it, as they sell you, tomorrow they will finish them because they get that evidence, say they will buy them. I love for you, Mr. Paddy. Thank you. Master the push and go. Maybe they get some technical issue from that side. They don't know because even if I talk more, go again. More still go. So some people there where they work, not just for sell compound and for people. They work at sell houses. When they understand, say some guy, a young man don't come out for this quarter where he don't reach 18 years, he don't reach 17 years. And they understand, say, for La Republic, they said that one at 1.5 million, now 2 million. So they will just go ahead for that compound. For dish their name, give them for some brigade, give them for some commissioner, give them for some say this one not be. Because the one sees they discover say that papa for that compound against on land, that papa for that compound against house, and they no one pay rent where they be being a tenant for that house. They'll just write name for landlord to own picking, give them for your man, give them for a singer. Men they can kill that family, men they kill everybody, then behind and claim the property. Then plenty they were not just their work this now for right name. They understand say if they write this name, they put say if it be a general, if it be a this, they will get 5 million. People don't leave behind people. People don't kill Southern begin and know they don't die. People don't lost their family where they don't know whose way they don't go because it get enemy where they don't rent house. So if you be there, they will landlord, or if you get plot, you get land them inside Southern Cameroon. You know say get this one. May you understand who way to give your house because as they understand you, now so your plot will go. Even if a bami where you stay inside house on a bambleke on a yaounde on a window, may you know say your land everything go because they will wipe all your family tomorrow. They will own that property where you get them. So as where you dey inside, may you understand as you put your hand as you the worker. Then you way the chop, you way be governor or you way be mayor, common mayor. May you not say you not be married that position. You not be married that position. They be merely pick you because everybody don't run. You don't want to be for that place. So things should be happen for them for that particular place at that particular time. They pick you, but not be say you deserve that position. Not be say you merit that position. Or not be say you be that one way be get for be the key man. No, now because people know they. Now why do you get that position? I mean, not say a position where you get them. Now because they want something for you. Not be say you handsome, not be say you tall, not be say you get sense. No. Now because this regime wants something for you, now why that them put you for that particular place where you did? And understand say the place where you did tomorrow you know go there that place again. And may you remember say where you did that place, if you don't match from people their food before you be for that place. And may you understand how these people they will take you turn. They will take you, they will rub them inside mud. They will put you for picky nose, and that pig will dig place with you for your mouth. inside mud, might understand what they will do for you. So most of you when are there inside there, will not understand which way this thing they pass. Because the revolution is turned for another direction. But what it be the political gain way there, because when I don't sacrifice plenty thing for home front. When I want to ground one, when I don't sacrifice plenty thing, when I don't abandon when I village, when I don't come out, go there, they don't use that. They don't cease when I team when I also but the interim government, it don't stand. When I say interim government, I don't mean that group where Marianta or Abonga they rule them. No, I don't mean that group for Christopher. I know when La Republic Prosi. I don't mean the other group where they're condemning. No, all these people, all that group, they're not jealous people, them not by belly people. They don't mean any good for you. They did it just for their one. When I talk to the interim government, the one way he get that power, he get the power for stand for politics. For international level, the one way get the power for go for Nigeria, I give chop for our refugees the way they did it. The one way get power for talk say some family, some person the way they desperate or it be a need for medical treatment, made and give you that treatment. The one way get the power for stand say the fee push you. You don't hang for hospital, your hospital bill, they don't pass, the fee contribute money for you, give you. The one way they say there for Douala, you don't born picking for Douala, they say they don't hold the picking, they don't release them if they don't give money for hospital. Interim governor, that one way, if he stand, if he support. Not be group where they not recognize you now, they listen. You go to listen for another one they call and say ABS, Anambra Broadcasting Service or Awi. Broadcasting service. You listen. Not forget say the man will get that channel. Now the man will be tip the console. Now the man will be one certain moment the ABC television it be dismantle and down. Take that console for go open it own. So how do they call that kind of person? If you can't block some my house, move your head sing them. Go put up for your own head sing. So you be thief man automatically. Because you don't broke some my house, move the head thing, go put on for your own. So, like Christopher, I know you don't come broke this other TV, move things, then you go create your own TV. When I still call and say na a television, not be a television because now that things the way the name inside then at 15. And anybody where they watch 15 or they watch they call it say tip man. So everybody where there for that channel or that group also na tip man. The phone I say most people where they there for that group where they watch that channel, they never talk say more find out, more understand which way they did. They never talk because if they be don't say more find out, make them look which way they for inside that side. Therefore don't they talk say this one of the worker. More find out say this one of the worker. Now the point that way they inside. But majority of people when they watch, they just want to watch something for ABS on a way to when I don't understand so we'll get them. That channel now, political channel for La Republic. Now then create that channel. Now they pay that channel because this satellite TV them, they pay them each month. They pay them. You know that the ordinary television where na state TV where now the people they contribute or they get promotion for sponsor the TV. No, you the pay. And not forget say time when Christopher Anu be there for ABC. He talk say he pay na 8,000 for 1 month or between 8 and 12,000. The ambassador never ask themselves say where we money, the money be being money for people where another ambassador and then contribute because plenty people they can't talk say they don't take money, but when I ask myself say where that money they come out, that money now other ambassadors they contribute that money, the one way they feel give, the one way they don't say the life or they do now waiting, they work now which kind of work they pay that money every month for promote that TV. So now this position where they inside then. When they push that TV forward, that TV they go. But if it come for ABS, Christopher Anu TV, who they pay that television? Christopher Anu they work anything. Not forget a history. I don't tell you say this guy be first run newspaper. He no work. Because anything where you touch him, he they die. He be first run newspaper. He no work. He come out can go open some radio. When I call and say town hall radio na wait, he no work. He come out go open some one say na he want be like he want imitate Mark Zuckerberg. He want open his own Facebook too. He go out and say na town hall on a Facebook or na wait. He go open them. He no work. He die. Because anything I tell you, anything we touch him, he die. He come out again, he lose small politics so he can climb for ambassador see and say he get large mouth if he talk, if he put the word then together because it is a communication. Now, how will you be smart for put word to word, the lack word? Now, why do you make you be say you be a good communicator? So it can be, let's say, if he present something, they take it put on that place where they. You see, say you want to come out for the channel, it die. ABC, it be completely die because it not be trained one single soul. All time we're there for ABC. You know, be train one soul, you know, be give account so we understand the position where they. Not be say we like for talk something, a facts where it be there. If we prove and say I know be train some person for ABC, then yeah, come or talk. Now what child is a talk for you now? More understand who will be train them for ABC. No one not be there. That television, you want come out, it die. If you only come out with the position like chop chair, you know how this team matter say chop chair, it plenty for Ambazonia or Southern Cameroons. You want come out, you be chop chair, it carry a chair, it go overside there, go form a government. But I hear how the talk say when they move people, he abdicate, he carry himself, he desert himself from ABC. They even fire say may come back for a position, you know, yeah. So now one of the thief people where they inside now, one of the fraudster where they inside. So anything where he touch him, he died. He come inside own self. He self Christopher Anon a curse because he inside own family. Anything where he hand there, anything where never corner ye. So if you watch that channel, anything where that man touch he die. So I know the means say you will die if you watch each other, but me wanna understand say the not people self don't discover say the number where we first start they can discover say this man a thief man, this man a crook. That number don't reduce down to 0. So anything where you touch him for that side, it die. Anything you touch him, you know the go. Since my other panelists, they're not agreeing to take they're not there for that side. I will continue to talk on today. I think they get some technical issue where they're not resolve them, but they will get as they come for me, then I will stay behind. They will do the talking all side. So he come again for this issue where they take place for Canada. He be in full support. No my way get communicate. The communicate way come out. It been I say Dr. Sako for the interim government don't write say they not go partake if you not get the third party. A third party means if not the neutral body, like the one way be there Switzerland, the Swiss government be appoint the HD, where it be get other government like European Union, it be get other government like the whole European Union at 27 states or plus. It get Britain the inside where be support, it get Ireland, it get United Nations, it get America. Everybody be support this talk. Say at least make some peace talk come out for that place. But at last one moment, when La Republic be discovered, say he don't infiltrate that group. He don't put the bad people there inside that group. You know me say you be Southern Cameroon, or they talk say you be Southern Cameroonians, you they good or you want independent. No, if you get belly, some people they want only for feed their belly, they want for feed their family, they want for feed anything. Now, why did that happen for be for that position? And when they be for that position, they defeat themselves, they grow rich. That's why they don't want any discussion may it take place. So when a lot of people understand say it get that kind of big belly, that bad belly people where they be there inside that team act. So these people that be there inside, you get some people they will get just 2. The Morris, when I hear about Morris will don't die. Today the talk say he want form a defensive, he want go defensive. Morris would have brought here, they give account for money where they contribute inside that kind of group. No, you know, yeah. If you don't hear John Barker can give account for how much way you don't take and single sign type of sign paper inside own group. No, you know they. If you don't hear Cho Ayaba, the so-called doctor, the self-doctor, or Nambu doctor, the one we go London for go say oil. If you don't hear, it can't talk say we don't there inside this struggle for 6 years because the claim say don't there inside struggle for 30 years. You don't actually may give accountability for money where for that 12 years they don't raise some for inside funds they don't raise some. You don't hear one day you can't talk say he one sponsor, he one pay some hospital bill. Recently I get some video. Yeah, that one don't drive me over some place. Recently I get some I watched some video where one this if you know comrade Ivor, General Ivor, where he don't die, he be there for ADF, where he be die, he be the fight genuine fight by then. At one point where I have been make the other one where they call it a big number, Efang. He kill it for back. You know, be shoot a don't kill at each knife, then take him again a die body. One see the die body come out now for La Republic. They carry on for that inside that kind of truck. That pickup, that kind of truck where ADF they parade with them for Batibo. They go around the parade. So the one see General Ivor then for La Republic the hand. When they ask and say, if you kill somebody where they fight, how they not be there, military not be there, the place where they kill them. How come a die body come on now for La Republic the hand? So that one be talk say that one an end deal. Today I watched that video where that young man, that general way we die, he two begin and then so his sister away there for ground one. It is saying now he begin this made and send help, say it be the year na year, say the ADF, ADF, but he never hear support. Oh, how you go left a whole government where you there for Ambazonia? When Dr. Samuel Sakoe come, they rule that government. Now he stand for before. The people don't put it for they say may represent them. You go left a whole government, you know, go be inside where you don't create LGA, you don't create big counties. At least you belong to that system. You get to understand that since you belong for that system, you get for affiliate yourself. You don't put yourself in line because if you be fighter or you woo where you there for this revolution, you get for be for your LGA. So if you be your LGA now, you belong for your local area. So any money, any contribution, any of your word where you say you be accountable from that LGA because if you take you from that LGA or from that county, they will know who you there. If you give your money, they understand so you there under the LGA. If the money lost, you will understand who if you hold them. Then say you pay your money under some large body. Now why they don't like Dr. Samuel because he don't can create that LGA or county by county. When now you pay your money for your own LGA, therefore you be accountable. You know who where you to give your money. So your name there for book, and that people understand. Say if you pay your 100,000, your money to go inside that place, the right and say you don't pay your 100,000 inside that particular book. But for this case, where like this general way be fight General Ivor, see how the situation may end. If it belong now under somebody, I have not just individual and a group, na leader for a gang. May you understand, say, na that kidnapper, na chief kidnapper. So if you put your money or you support that kidnapper, now so you go end saying a kidnapper because if you then a diaspora, they support that kidnapper. The point I say they not get pity for nobody. When you can't come for home front, those kidnapper that will send that their group, you know, so then a chief kidnapper, they will pick you again, since they know you, you go to pay money for their hands before you come inside. Now the part that way they inside will give understand. So may you understand which way they inside. Say this particular man not give una interest for hand. He not give you interest. So more will begin to understand who would support. Who will support because you know if you support individual, not take your money given for individual. You empower that individual. You know if you take that power because when you give that money, it go take and buy sugar cane or you buy granite. The how you want can take the power, it could be a dictator, and as way it be a dictator, for example, a Yabana dictator. How you want can take that power for this guy the hand when a thief, when a kidnappers. Don't give them gun. How you want can take that gun on sugar cane? The day they'll do anything we don't do them because you know if you take them and you know say you will get power now the person will carry that arm on top of your head because you know if you take them back. That's the point where they inside. So we have to understand which direction we would take them as they inside the revolution. Then we go again for the other side for Christopher Anu where he don't form his own say he don't na individual way don't can stand he declare. All the way they talk for day he don't can stand declare himself say he lead some gang, some meeting group. Jange group, as I tell you, now they lead them. And how they contribute money? It function like spokesman. It function like I think it should be function like treasury or they keep money for that group. Because they organize the contribution, you know. Na Kun pastor, so he understand left, right, where he go. So if I come back for you, now he keep money for that group. Now he be president for that group. He call himself say na he be the biggest comrade. Therefore, he stand for number one. La Republic recognize na he because that group na he don't work hard. He talk for say what say, and if you walk, bamboo chop. If they talk about Marianta, their own group, so certainly he own that group. You understand? And now he own the television ABS, where he own that group. Now he get them. Which part again? Now he get everything inside that group where you feed the talk. So if you want to contribute your money, more than no son and support individually. This one way then they inside the movement where then they their own interest. They not then interest for you. They do their own thing. So as I tell you, so may you know where you take your money, go keep them. We'll come again. The members for that group says where they put these people where they put this man, this very Chris Ano. You put this kind of man, say where you want go. They say, may you show your friend, I'll know who you be. If you show Chris Ano say your friend, Chris Ano in the talk of sense, he want carry on a go side. He not there for your liberation, he not there for your freedom. Na la Republic prosy. You get to understand, say Chris Ano be sign accord with your own day when he be liberate immediate family where they be there for prison. This very man hand there for your brother. As when I talk, say the field marshal the king, he handed it. He position where they, if he day alive or he don't die, nobody know where he day. This very man again, who want talk the situation where he put Unande down for this talk, this negotiation, this small no be negotiation, this backdoor La Republic talk where La Republic don't form him. Then na he play the football, na he be the referee, na he be the linesman. Chris Ano he hand the inside. So any game where they tell one it does fool na. The power monger, it don't always create a position. It don't always create a self stand for that position. So if we put them together, I discover said there is nothing well if he convince una, if he push una there. So if I push and go for another side for the discussion we'll get on this night, I think I will still continue to talk on to my people and come because my colleague them they get some technical issue properly. They try to put one to one together. I don't know the other reason where they. Okay, so Paddy be busy for that side. Some technical issue there, so I will continue the talk. They give more advice and more sense, more talk sense way there. So we wait for Canada. Even at the way say something will come up for Canada. Actually, Canada now fail talks where we don't fail. If we get hope for that side, we will not get hope for that side. So for the diplomatic decks for interim government, that side will get hope say something don't come. We'll continue to wait because you don't know time where God will open that door because this thing, this revolution, this it get the political side, it get the armed side. And they get the other side, what we call and say the humanitarian side. We say people feel sorry way they feel provide for refugee wait where they feel use them for chop. Then we wait for interim government high if he carry the side. Then for the side for self defense, we wait for picking them to it and they defend way for down there. May they know which way they. So now the whole situation this way, the whole scenario will get them. Or if we push and go forward. I will continue for the talk for the push and for saying another point where I want more now ambassador I know say all that leaders where they when they get plenty leaders they say leadership you go get who where they follow behind that leadership. If La Republic they pinpoint people say may then go Canada, it don't fix them already. Canada not be negotiator. You know, they negotiate for nobody. You know, even be involved for all these things. Now, your own people. If La Republic time for their own election, if you buy some other white men, they made them come to the United Nations and they made them can conduct their, made them can there for corner their election. The people they give them money, they carry bundles of money, then come back. Now, taxpayers the money that with they carry and come back. Then they talk say, oh no, the election will be free and fair. But meanwhile, the original body for UN, where they be in charge for election, can't talk say, oh no, will not be sent no people, will not recognize that people. That's scammers. So you understand how far away La Republic go. Simple because no one can negotiate. Simple because no one sit on top table. Because he understands say begin no marriage certificate. Be sign no book. Be sign no book with West Cameroon or Southern Cameroons or Ambazonia, as we call them. Be sign no agreement between two nations. So get that power. He understands that get that power for even give you anything. Because people will talk say no national dialogue. We time say you don't pass well, you don't give you House of Chief. Well, where did you talk? Where did you mock yourself? Because the House of Chief, you get computer where the computer and get spy web where everything where you type and inside that computer. For Etundi, they understand which way they do them. Anything way they do inside your computer, they don't really understand. All of them point when inside a house where they call and say House of Chief. Whose House of Chief where they want create them? When are they the other? How can you be two equal partner owners so when come like a state? La Republic come, you come with your own independence when I come together. When not get no union treaty. Because if La Republic they claim say, hey, look out. We be na part of them. Southern Cameroons may be part of them. It may be part of German Cameroon. So you go bring Gabon for those people that argue that one. Like people like Kamto, where they argue that one say Ayok Tabe don't take their side for B1 Cameroon and this. If you take Ayok Tabe, anybody where they inside prison, anybody where they inside Watawe one die, will certainly send a hand up for whole for survive, for hold something for survive. So if we come for that position where they, the position where Ayok Tabe they, he just want to survive for prison. That's why they hold anything. So we know we get no union treaty with them. If we want to talk on that side, so if we say we be part of them, we be part of them. Where the other groups them there? Where the other not be groups? Where the other country they there? Who's that Gabon? Gabon will be in circle for that one. Equatorial Guinea then so they may be in circle that one because all they be go. No, it be there for Spanish by then. But will say Gabon will be there. You begin Northern Cameroons where they Nigeria now. This place where this other politician come from, Etiku. He come now from the northern part of Cameroon, where they attached to Nigeria. During that process, we be go, they be vote for go Nigeria, but we vote for go the other side. So if you want to take you get some part for Congo where they want to get some part for Chad, all those part them, they be on Central Africa, all they be now for the great for the German territory. Why you not go take all you know, get single road where they are place. Nothing where you get them, where if it shows in you. So you get to understand, say, the situation where we find yourself, that people then they Yaoundé, they didn't have for their belly. They don't excite themselves already for your land. They know whatever. I tell you true. Because the place where then they know they represent you, they represent themselves. So how you want to represent you where you don't get road, you don't get water? Those are common facilities like for ordinary citizens where you don't need for access. Water, now the value of life. Where you talk say life, that's something where you can't with water. If you come with light, even electricity, now you're right to get all these things. When you come with electric pole, you come with free road, now you're right for get all these things. But if the people in there you own, they not give you for all this number of years, what you take said the one give you. They don't like you. They don't take your name, take and make money. I thank when I say when I don't come back, my brother, I'm gonna take them from here. I don't try to hold people together. Thank you. Bro, you in? Can you take them from me, bro? Yeah, Mike.
Unmute yourself, UN.
Sorry. Well, I've been talk for what I say. You don't do good job. You don't hold them tight, and I thank Mr. Director. Where if you go at the technical way to be did it. So I want just talk say what I don't talk a lot of things where people in the field learn from. And my advice for people where they there for DDR Center and I say all of them for day, it will be happen for Marquis-Zadem. It will be happen for people for coup d'etat for 1984. It await you people. So the only way we want to get for survive now get for give intelligence and then give support or when I should don't quiet. Me the boys the way they fight and free one. When I hear say they recall about negotiations mean say they do like prisoners exchange and other kind of thing. Knowing that kind where they will exchange with prisoners of war for La Republic their site. Knowing that kind mago prisoner where I be talk say they catch people the way they kill Florence Ayafo and then we just say they judge the people for La Republic court for Douala. You know, explain for we how the people that we go reach for La Republic. You know, explain where they will go ambush their camp. It therefore means say now people they work together with La Republic. They instruct people that they go kill Ayafo and they will still take them again, go sell them for La Republic. Now, when I see even General Ivo, you woman where he don't cry for day, he say they don't abandon ye, they abandon ye picking them. Now the thing that we will tell Ambazonia people that said, make wanna fight now for our LGAs and our counties. For America, we get veterans them when a retired military or if someone be die inside war. Now the county, now the state, the government, it take care for their families, it give them discount, all those things. If you go to work for an individual like Ayawa today, it not care you. Person will be a personal watch night for Ayijo, former president for La Republic. You know if you get access to any of those things. So now why that we talk say when I go for when communities, when I go for when counties them, LGs go fight for day. Me when I stop for the listen for these people the way they. And me when I get for no say when I be not stand up. La Republic, it can't deceive some of you people say me when I just lie low. It, like this ROK and the rest, it will can't finish. I don't see some picture where they come on now where they say La Republic, they don't go cash ambassadors them for Fumbot. Say they be don't come on go for Fumbot, say they want go rest. So even those one the way they run go Douala, they run go for outside La Republic, the track on in no places away on a daily. So the only way now say you get for fight and then you get your own your freedom. Some idea they were what I talk for day where people that they can't use some they forget the bigger picture, the goal for the struggle. We the one free Amazonia we country, but some people that they can't like Chris and them, they can't tell when I say, oh, either over loss, either over sacrifice. So when I get for more when I get for compensate, when I get for do so. Now the same literature where I have and the rest they can't talk say they don't suffer for 32 years, they don't suffer so. It means they be there for inside this movement now for find compensation. Whereas all we will talk say will be volunteer fighters. But now they want to say, oh, since it all suffer, since it all fight for 32 years, me they give you positions and all those things, and where it not be correct. And that one it not be correct. I want to talk something for some chiefs, them where I be here, they come go Yaoundé. We will not talk the other time, and so one day where they say they work at the throw away Mimbo, Mungam for down. Say me go kill their own picking them. Well, now only man we don't enter formula where he pray, he go put formula, put medicine, say me begin he die. When I know we get on a picking them, when I want kill them for sacrifice, I mean for entertain a stranger, a foreigner, where you unpicking them, they not even listen to you one day. They not get anything with you one day. Say wait till it be on a problem, wait till it be on a goal, wait till on one achievement. Those gonna be chiefs there because of your population. If you wake up now, you go make tradition, you kill your own population, then you will be in a chief for who? You will go for a window land, what be in a chief for the no. So now the thing that we already tell even the so-called elites, say if your hands are a bit tight, me you should not quiet. People the way their hands are they be open, me they fight. Because we go now for fight for free all with prisoners them, including the one that they did for DTR Center, including all with refugees them. When I see some of these one they call them say Clovis and whosoever, they join my country people, they begin to fight for kill Amazonia people. And they want to ask them for them say, wait to be one objective. Wait, when I even know the reason why Amazonia they even fight for. Person they fight, say some Moroccan TV. He want claim what you had the Moroccan TV and for you back. Now you go, instead for you for support, say me they can't give back the thing, my thing. You go again, the support now invader. Say me come again, go kill your own brothers and sisters. Me come go kill.
Finish this story for this man way. Now you the one use them like their excuse for justify the story where they will give way for the killer way be the key. So I mean any man follow them small as when broken down there we will conclude them for the because they be used now you know so when that female shall be disappear because we not even talk whether they die or they tory them plenty. But for actually make them say the story sweet, now this one and then look the person now don't become a victim for his own crime. So when I watch out small.
Na major rogo promises. Now we be carry power for machine. Oh, look at me very well. Now, look at me now. We be carry power for machine. You come up for outside before you carry power for machine.
I come up for that farm for apple.
They look at. Don't me for that farm for papa.
Yes.
Where you be tell you don't tell we say you know we be for robot. Now so you tell we say you carry power for papa. Move your ring for your hand first per second. Yeah? Per second, move your ring for your hand first. We know say we won't die, but we'll try our best before we die. We define for nation. We not define personal fight. Thank you very much. Now you be carry power.
Yes, I carry power.
You take plenty leaf, take and carry the honorable.
Yes.
Field Marshal the king, the whole Amazonia. You take plenty leaf. Now we be carry tell you say me take plenty leaf.
No, I kill a no.
Okay, 5.5. Thank you very much. Wait till you use if you send them for it.
I don't touch here. I don't touch it 2 minutes, you don't do it. You know, correct. And now Kingsley, if Pa be sponsor Kingsley, he give money. He talk for Kingsley, say make Kingsley go Dubai. And then Kingsley still woke up again with that very heart. Kingsley still woke up. Come on, go for Congo. When a baron sponsor, he go for Congo. Kingsley turn back for year. So my man. Then see make them they go keep back. I be very shameful. If I be no saying I saw Kingsley there. I don't know for even them for the mission. See. Down.
If I more take on a small. So it is show the people the way pretty much have the sponsor no. So it be simple for scholarship. Different country them. You be muted watcher.
No,
Yeah, go ahead.
No, may Ochiba talk. I just say story there for Ambazonia them. May they understand the say nothing, not the hide. This word I still straighten them for all our picking the way they take this one. I still emphasize on this point. There is nothing that if he hide under sun, more una understand. Una carry sugar cane. May you know say that very iron way they come out inside, they go there so he will come back for you. So may you stand for the truth of life so that God will protect you for every place where you day. May you talk your truth. Be under the government where you understand that this government go back you. Because this government not the only selfless say you work for the people, that you defend the people. In other words, since now God ordained revolution, it is stand again, they protect you against your own enemy. They will give you information how if you look your back. We go tell you say this village, this road, who they enter, this information. So when that information come, when spies and give that information, we go give you that information. But when you turn for go against the interim government, that interim government not fit protect you because you don't sell already away. Now the one that I want to talk you and take a place.
Well, what way they for you say, like we often talk, when they send you go commit a crime, make you know say the people and they will can't hold you, and they will kill you. This one, when they see all these flip flopping where people that they do things and so. Now because now a God ordained struggle. So anything we wanna make them for back there, mago, it will can't come out for outside for you, for people and the way. Though we sympathize with the field marshal, and the thing we did, I say, for quite some time, it means if you don't change the direction, we will contribute money more than 100 and something thousand where they say they want to go fix the factory where La Republic it be spoiler. Some of us ask and say, how La Republic it will spoil factory for a whole person like that one? It not display the properties and it not display all those things. He began for show with his power by showing which way he sees and for day how a factory be day. We will give this money them. And every now and then, field marshal will call, they will raise money for field marshal, they will raise money so, and we be the thing say, it use that money on for fight. Now, I already hear story where they talk how we send one for Dubai, send one for Congo, and the rest. And if you see the question, you will ask yourself, say, even after they say they kill you, who side the rest of the red dragons the way they be with ye, the day? Including all those women them and
No, but here they should say another one then they will according to that story where Chris Anobi talk. When not the one way he really do the killing from per second he try to vindicate himself. Say now man we battle sponsor and don't kill and which way the other people they don't send them money now scholarship they go and then they turn someone and come back and kill. If you hear the talk fine, it really it reveal plenty things.
Yes, but now the question where you will ask and for and say, Chris Anu, na person where they come for outside they can't talk say money not they come up for the fight. If you talk say if they put it for president, you get people they will give millions of dollars. Today, if they work at the big money now for Beckham. Now they give someone 135,000, it take them go embezzle them. They give different embezzle them. Now you hear how we fight at the talk say your brother, he take money we get for the buy sugar cane them for the if you get for the do so, it is sponsor people and so. I believe say if you be being a different person where we talk this thing, Chris and for take can make like a talking point for a show. For talk say you see what way fight as they do instead for the do thing so. So me can explain them for we. Me can explain for we if you be aware, say your brother be they take money too for also the same people them for Congo and for Dubai and all the other places them for here. So me explain them. You know, only can talk and say this so things they not the work out, money not there for down, and whereas they give money for them, they work and now they instruct people that they go. You see, even that way Isubu, they go kill Isubu for day. I hear Rebel Asong they call fighters and for they talk say when a papa don't die, me when I tell you when I plans them. So that if like how person who should don't, he go talk say me fighters tell you around them. He go just spoil the BLM. He go spoil FACO. If you talk say they get 19 factories for FACO, they say they don't put all things that were not born in African Nations Cup or Chan, you know, will take place for FACO, but they not be do nothing. Now, if they can call you the fighter, you give a secret for them, do everything. Then after now, they go tell La Republic, say, okay, if you finish this one now, how much you pay? La Republic say, will pay this, it will pay this. They go corner, go finish, go they finish you people.
If now for this
That is the
woman
rule.
we call am Asom, I don't really want to talk about her because she has been a danger. It don't destroy from the one. Because if not that faculty wants to talk today, they talk not going to end. But the lesson we learn for this particular video we'll just watch now be say, if you choose to you want to become an enabler, just know so you did like hang a chief where they will use them, wipe sweat, throw a dustbin. Now per second that, where they don't use them. Then the one porter song the Chris and the Russian also, but how if we make a me Ambazonia and they believe we again? They pick one man if according to them not be relevant enough. Because this story where this boy the respond of the year. You see, I say Chris Arnold be try to narrate something may be close to this, and we all Ambazonia be ask and say, but who say we get that story? Where the narrator. If you get that kind of story, why you not stop the people? If you get the ability to get that story few hours after we film Marshall died. So to the force I mean Marianta, yeah, Marianta they say Cristiano force say me acknowledge the film Marshall don't die. The Cristiano force so you get to go out, go talk say film Marshall don't die. When if na my man, if na my person die, so I will even praise me being alive. But the way you get the information, now who give you the very person gonna be giving the truth, how the price the road go do the killing. So the matter the lesson what Wami Ambazonia and they learn Naseweti. Even the one that they call themselves federalists. If you say you want to use you against we, one day they go group all na put them back in prison.
You know,
even
sir,
the one that
director.
they didn't want to catch them now.
Director.
Let's go ahead.
I believe say some of our friends that they did for here where I be get a dream about a field marshal. Say they be go enter inside some room and La Republic it can pass through you people them. It go get you. I be talk. They be go tell you that one it be like that one don't go more than it go more than 9 months. They go tell you and they talk say me watch the environment people the way they be too close to you. All that kind of thing them so but we want talk for you and I say no man no fit go help La Republic for do a dirty job you go free. You could do so they could even the enablers them even in the days of the Muna them no be Muna except what I be carry that flag go for United Nations or I be go United Nations or I be go we through Harrow or how. So La Republic it use and dump people all the time. It will use you so, and it will dump you because if people if you call and say you be cockroach, you be a rat. So how you feel trust them? How you feel trust people? You don't feel keep to their words and all those things. Then for this boy the way they work at the talk, they fight against a free Amazonia. And the one ask them say, where did they go lost if they take say Amazonia be free? And why they take which legality where they say La Republic get them on top Amazonia? Instead for the work I keep innocent people, why they not bring them up? Me the people like they go is the same like country people, the Clovis and the rest them so. Me they go bring now the legal arguments where La Republic get them. Then they come on top table like for Swiss talk with battle and for the. Now them that's the step they talk say economy define. See roadway they go for Widikum, see roadway they go for Anyangwe village, see roadway they go for Ngi, see roadway they go different side them. Now people and therefore even DDR come, DDR so they wake up they strike because of hunger, because of waiting. And some of them said ID cannot they which way they be promised them, they not jam. Even the other one way they be come up go Lissingeda and the rest they go for special status, national dialogue for special status. Today they talk now say they don't know the content for the special status. They wanna go attend a waiting, wanna go endorse na waiting. How when they go enter conference? They talk say after they don't finish conference, they go carry the resolution, go jam for Pobia, then Pobia will then choose which one he want them for jam for you people. Can they give For America, they give a special status for person when a handicapped person where you know if feed himself, you know if work by himself, you know if chop, you know if do any kind of thing. Them. Where the Southern Cameroons a lacam, where La Republic will give special status for them. That is the problem. That the thing that
before one start this talk.
So the right away, I dey see say some of these picking them. Some of these picking them are picking the way, you know, say in those days that where Hausa people that will come up for distant places that come for market are picking them from where they born for market day. When Hausa people are different stranger and they come out for distance, they can't sleep for quarter. They work and make mago for quarter before they break, they go for market. Because not true Ambazonia, if we come again, begin to fight against his own people. Say the indoors now foreigners, where the foreigner don't even first recognize even Jesus, they don't first recognize even them. If you a common person where they did the Arrow Center, a common where they did for what you say if you gain for La Republique, where La Republique says it talk for from the be there for Apex, it win presidential election. They talk say enough it be for inside it today because na enemy. They talk they coach with but they say two people sugar them. They coach this one, then wait it means say when I check say when I say when I think gain for La Republique. Now good
before you
now good
my job enter.
Yeah, jump enter.
The point where they inside actually for DDR center, the best way they can't talk for these people, they talk now French. For this very picking them. Where it talk say they fight for freedom. But today you don't take the sugar cane where the whole community buy and give you. You take and go give them back for the Frenchman. Then it keep you hungry inside that place. Will give you food. It call you. Then the one way then they are when they talk that they lead away that they lead that one. Now they decide they ask and say, no, we want a federation. No, we want a unitary government. Now they sing this song. Yaounde don't know that their songs. Yaounde decide for give them way to way because when you be longer man, you be man will not get decision. You be indecisive. You know if you stand for talks be man. Now, instead for man for give you, if he get the own money, go market, he go buy his size for trouser. Now when La Republique the buy and can't give them. If he even buy a skirt, if he buy a gown, can't give them. They go take them because they not get no idea. So if he go market, go buy their own. I did talk the Salute Ambazonia and so then they before I conclude my own talk PSA. We don't always be there like family. We want the best way forward for every family. We're there because we believe, say, tomorrow every house for Ambazonia go enjoy some small facilities. Even you be fighter, if you be who we stand, you will fight for defend this nation. May you understand so with the fight not say, may your family get some respect. May you stand for get some enjoy some small social facility. May you get hospital where if you go. The hospital where they Ambazonia they be build na decades upon decades. You ask them for yourself, say since when they come, you don't build any new thing. Even if they want go for negotiation or they go which thing the way they feel talk say La Republic be don't build for side. If they want talk in terms of road, you do work of a road, it take 18 hours for you for come out for Bamenda for go reach for Douala or go reach for Yaoundé. So if you stand now, you get your own nation where you could take a couple of 3 hours for come out for go reach for Boya. Just 3 hours. You get train road where you come out, come there. Almost everybody go be employed. Then they will give money for your parent where you don't pass through this stage of war. Not a good idea this. Must you take yourself, go stand for person where you don't do it for 40 years. You don't get road. You don't get water for drink. You don't get light for your head. You don't get no thing for show off. Then you be third-class citizen.
You want to beg federation, self.
You beg for
federation. That means you talk about federation, but you say big excited about them. Then come for we don't see and say the federation are impossibility. One intimidate we will believe your federation. Terrible palava.
I think that take them proud. I think we plenty. We'll for next.
So
week.
Thank you very much, watcher. Ambazonia. We don't exhaust this talk a lot. I know say Ambazonia people when I like over Tori, so when I feel say maybe we just continue the Tori to the end of it. But as you ain't going to give a
will just be
conclusive
closing
statement.
remarks.
Yes, as
Yes.
you ain't going to give conclusive remark, I want me will realize something for this whole thing. The mastermind behind this whole thing now waiting in France. Look what happened in West Africa. France don't lose all grip. France discover say women are hope for Gulf of Guinea where he power did it. And it don't lose we. So it use only we for this enabler conference for Canada. The thing say it go lie some people may they talk say something de la federation. Federation self. Say now how it go start. If Ambazonia want ever federate with some people someday, some talk we find and say Ambazonia has to first take its own independence. Then choose to talk say okay, we now come one be one and then federate. But France no say that one a lost his game because we don't against sense. We don't learn for 60 years. He sabi say that one be option where we so. Even if they talk to me, always start vote now vote. Do generation no fit vote yes for that kind of thing. So France sabi say it no go work. So they want use wayo for all people where they don't sign pack with them, blood pack with them. Whether they see light or yellow so color say white. They use na them for make sure say they manipulate or wayo we. So we don't understand. That Canada conference, the objective of this program this evening, we've been able to make a know the Canada conference now it failed from a start. As he get as he be, when La République du Cameroon will be ready for any better talk, for more begin talk how we would it go we play they will always more money, think they don't spoil them hard, they will fix them. And hide the day because we not like when I not even like we hear that talk people they talk say we will compensate them for something because Act 1, 2, and 3 they all we all start. Now they don't need for we. The already will report as we in Tian get 90% of fuel when they use and key all man. So if we go for negotiation, if some negotiation come out say we will begin to give La République something, sometime Ambazonia will protest. Because now La République get something for pay we back, will not get around to give it. My brother, go ahead, UN, for conclude and small. You get like 90 minutes or 90 seconds after
Well,
that.
yeah. Well, I want just assure Ambazonia people them say the struggle they on track and we freedom. No be as until we go for negotiate for people negotiate with La République because we not be part of them. And I just want advice say when I go for listen. I mean choose people where they listen to. Listen to the ABC TV, listen to the interim government, because everything is being in the open. The interim government don't reject the Canadian whatsoever where they put them for all the rest of the people, no man, it don't reject them. Where therefore me say all of them they endorse them. We interim government not do something for backdoor in the darkness. Now why that be tell now openly say Swiss talks a day and when it begin for start, people therefore must know everything. You know we trust person way, you know we tell you the truth. You see Ellie Smith, it claims say it want talk on our behalf. You know we. They will ask you simple question, which side they born ye? It talks say that will not be important. Because if they be born if you been as some person for 13 countries for Ambazonia, I don't see why he would deny for talk play where he come up for day. Even this one the way they did for DDR Center. Personally, like my country people, in the country should not be trouble on a fool on a it make video, they show on our faces, and your own face it never ever appear. Why on a say on a look those videos away on they make and we see and say if this person you know we get hidden agenda, it not be person where it be like a devil. Why not they show your own face too for day? So now the thing that we don't really talk about federation or form of the state because that talk now La Republic people and they talk. By one first thing I say what it no Anglophone, no Ambazonia, Southern Cameroonian be qualified for talk for La Republic, what form of government they get for for their country. Because we never ever joined them. No union treaty is there with them. So you know if you go, you be a stranger for a different country, you go talk, say you want go talk form of the state for them. And even francophone, they know they talk them about they know if you get federation where they say they want try for pressure because France in policy maybe federation federal system it work now for Anglo-Saxon culture, French culture now assimilation. So something you know good day French colonies they know the practice a federation. They know practice federation. So no federation will ever come for La Republic, and no person come for Southern Cameroon. It will preach about the form of a state in a foreign country. It will preach about federation in a foreign country. Wait till it happen for first federation. Wait till show say the second one it will come be. Since we not get any union treaty with them, we are not part of the of La Republic. Like most will be the talk say when we join them, a new country will be created. But most will favor give you the name of the new country where they create them. No country exists. That is the reason why they give two maps
And the
for
good
Pobia.
thing we say, Pobia himself up him up. Talk say, he not talk say they try for federate we. He said they don't try for assimilate we.
Yeah.
So you must understand. Pobia no ever talk say they try for federate we. He said they don't try for assimilate we. When me say even before he become a prime minister, he will be head of that community where they say that they find way to be the Anglophone problem. Their objective will be to study how best they fit assimilate we. So now why that we tell France make Magu Aijo resign, they put him chop chair. He be just fee for 1984, say if he just change government. And I did change him. So I don't think say this story.
You know say Aijo some economic development it will take place for French Cameroon in the days of Aijo. Because Aijo will get free money where it come up from Southern Cameroon, where it will be part of accord of cooperation with France. And then France, it won't get access to that money for Aijo is denied. So they get for kick Aijo out for put for Bia.
So they use
give them.
They use Mazambia.
So make everybody join the county, join the LGA, we will continue for draft and we will stand strong. Make una get for understand say some people and they where they will always people and they where even sun dey shine for up, it will also tell you say no, place dark, meet a light touch. Even for midday where sun dey shine, it will meet a light touch. So when I get for no say those kind of people are not spoilers them. Something not there for like difference in opinion. We come for restore country, we don't restore we need sovereignty. So some man who can't talk now say difference in opinion. I say, sovereignty get for come now this way, and whatsoever. So the majority and the genuine for stand strong. So we thank on plenty.
Yes, never the kind difference of opinion that we need for tolerate at this time. And for people who is still confused, the controversy don't go around. I will leave you now this video so that when I follow very closely where it go around about leadership. You know, I believe the Amazonian they don't respond proportionately. But again, I will play this video so that for people who watch, make una see and hear the legal basis for the discussion, the historical and legal base for the discussion when it comes in terms of relation or leadership for we struggle. Thank you plenty when I run there with me for 2 hours 30 minutes. And I think so that one when I do some fighting. We go there again next week with this same time una for always can open una eye for the things that they have for confused people. Because we they like mouthpiece. When people don't talk, plenty talk. We come put the final one. The one that when I talk with the talker with the purpose to confuse una or manipulate una. We come broken down like this so that we wanna understand the details for the thing. So I thank you plenty we don't watch the program for una wonderful contribution. Then. If some man talks on talk for your way, it'll be fine for you. You throw the talk, take the man back, not saying that the true people the way it one day for una. The one way you find digest and take and promote them. We'll try to see say we'll put hand them together. Beat La Republique du Cameroon out of our national territory. And the one way we will not pull hand together. I need to talk about unity warriors. Now for me, any man go for LGA, a county, make sure say you participate for the and we'll get things over to do. Thank you very much, my brother. On a good night. Ambazonia pray watch you when I sleep fine. Now already 10 o'clock for Ambazonia when I sleep fine. Tomorrow again we'll stream this thing for people that never join the live session. They will watch the rebroadcast. God bless you now. On a good night.
Thank you.
The question, which has stirred controversy for a while within the fast-evolving Ambazonian struggle, the independence restoration movement, which for a very brief historic moment has experienced transformational and non-transformational leadership successively and simultaneously would be, is Sisiko Julius Ayok Tabe in the realms of African politics, heroism, freedom fighting, and legendary leadership another Nelson Mandela?
Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela began his life herding sheep and cattle in the rolling hills of South Africa's Eastern Cape. In his autobiography, part of which was written secretly while in prison, Mandela wrote, "I was not born with a hunger to be free. I was born free. Free in every way that I could know. Free to run in the fields near my mother's hut. Free to swim in the clear stream that ran through my village. Free to roast mealies under the stars and ride the broad backs of slow-moving bulls. It was only when I began to learn that my boyhood freedom was an illusion, when I discovered as a young man that my freedom had already been taken from me, that I began to hunger for it."
When I went to school, the lady teacher, Miss Mdingane, asked, "What is your name?" I told her my African name, Rolihlahla. She says, "No, I don't want that one. You must have a Christian name." So I say, "No, I don't have one." She says, from today, you are going to be Nelson."
So henceforth, he would be known to the world as Nelson Mandela. As the son of a chief, Nelson Mandela had access to the best education available to black people in South Africa at the time. Studying at Fort Hare University, where he first became involved in student protest, his refusal to accept injustice, unfairness, and inequality would last a lifetime. South Africa, 1941. In his early 20s, Nelson Mandela moved to Johannesburg, where he first encountered the racial discrimination that would later become entrenched in law by the apartheid government. Working on the mines and later as a clerk in a law firm, Mandela pursued his law studies and joined the African National Congress, the oldest black political organization in South Africa.
It was when I came into the African National Congress that I realized that Xhosas are only a part of the African people. That the task of the ANC was to unite the African people and out of them build a nation.
When it became clear that all means of peaceful negotiation had been exhausted, Mandela went underground to lead the armed struggle.
We have made it very clear in our policy that South Africa is a country of many races. There is room for all the various races in this country. There are many people who feel that it is useless and futile for us to continue talking peace and non-violence against a government whose reply is only savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people.
Key government installations were targeted for sabotage. Mandela became known as the Black Pimpernel. In 1962, Mandela was captured, charged with leaving the country illegally, and sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years. Shortly afterwards, his ANC comrades were captured with evidence which incriminated Mandela. He returned to court for the Rivonia trial, where he and 8 others faced a possible death penalty.
The very speech which was made by Nelson consolidated the spirit of the people outside, because it was a defiant spirit.
I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunity. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
The Director of Cabinet at the Office of the President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, Eric Ate, with an understanding of the methods of historical inquiry, including how evidence is used rigorously to make historical claims and discern how and why contrasting arguments and interpretations of the past have been constructed, brings an assessment of the objective status of this particular instance of knowledge to be judged, not by some atemporal comparison with given facts, but by a historical investigation in the place of that instance of knowledge being considered.
The very speech which was made by Nelson consolidated the spirit of the people outside, because it was a defiant spirit.
I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunity. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
People of Ambazonia, I hear people come up with this distortion of history that Mandela wrote from jail. I must say, it is laughable because in the first place, South African blacks were fighting for equal rights within their country, while the present-day Ambazonia is fighting for self-determination and to actualize its restored independence. Mandela was the president of the Youth League of the ANC when he was condemned to life imprisonment. He was not the president of the ANC. This fact should be noted. Oliver Tambo was the president of the ANC and was on exile in Britain. He led the struggle for over 20 years while Mandela could only speak to his wife through a hole in a caged glass cell for over 20 years. When Mandela became the symbol of resistance due to his long stay in prison, the world joined his people to protest for his release. You must know that Mandela earned the sympathy and respect of his people because he did not try to usurp power from the free South Africans fighting for him and his people. Mandela remained loved because he did not divide South Africans with the creation of another ANC in jail. Mandela did not send conflicting correspondences from his prison cell to the international community, countering what the free leadership of the ANC sent out. Mandela did not open himself to be used by those who wanted to cause confusion amongst his people by meeting with them, our enemies, La République, after the free leadership had already stood their ground in matters like ceasefire, which was being debated. After the Honorable Mandela had earned the love and admiration of his people, he continued being honorable with his actions. He told his jailers that only free men can negotiate. He asked them to leave the ban on the ANC so his president Oliver Tambo can come back home. He asked that Walter Sisulu, one of his very sick cellmates, and other prisoners be released so the negotiation goes on not with him as a prisoner, but with the ANC and Oliver Tambo, the free leader of black South Africans, at its helm. Oliver Tambo flew back to South Africa after more than 35 years in exile as the president of the ANC he was received by Mandela himself at the airport. Mandela, who went to jail with the title of President of the Youth League of the ANC, had long been replaced by a number of successful people. Mandela was an ordinary man, but he was not without power. His behavior while in jail had earned him the respect of all black South Africans and sympathizers all over the world, unlike what we see today in our struggle with our captured prisoners. Exile and a long fight for freedom had left Oliver Tambo fatigued, and because of that, an emergency meeting of the ANC was convened and Mandela was voted, not as president of the ANC, but as vice president, so he could lead the ANC to negotiations with the white minority government of South Africa. They maintained the frail Oliver Tambo as president of the ANC when those negotiations began. That was Mandela for you, an honorable man who should never be compared to just any Jack or Jill. Oliver Tambo died from his illness and Mandela was elected president of the ANC. After negotiations and as per South Africa's constitution, since they have an executive parliamentary system, the leader of the party with the majority seats in parliament becomes president. The ANC won the elections and Mandela became president. These are the steps of a man, Mandela, who led his people honorably. This is a man who never betrayed his free leadership. This is a man who looked at the bigger picture with the freedom of his people always taking precedence over his self-glorification. This is a man, Mandela, who never abandoned his spirit of selflessness, unlike some Ambazonian prisoners, who have shamelessly encouraged other Ambazonians to torpedo the efforts of those who are bent on taking this fight to its logical end, which is the total freedom of our people and the total independence of Ambazonia. That's Mandela for you. The behavior of our brothers in jail has been detrimental to this revolution, and any true Ambazonian must ask them to stop their treacherous anti-revolutionary activities. The one other thing I want to say here is that if Sisiku claims he has his personal government and he has named his so-called vice president, why then did he not send those murderers from La Republique who pulled him out of his jail cell for talks to his so-called vice president who is a free man? What does that tell you? I think all these gymnastics is all about Sisiku doing everything to remain relevant. However, he must remember that he was respected and in a better position when the Restoration Council maintained him as president and Dr. Sako as acting president. But even that arrangement was not good enough for him. I'm quite certain he would rather be in the previous arrangement than the present one in which he is fast becoming a traitor in the eyes of many Ambazonians. Mandela was loved not because he projected dominance, but because he inspired his people with his respect for the free leadership in their effort to free his people, his country. And he did everything not to split his people. The question is it about the people or about self? I believe it is about our collective freedom. No one person is bigger than this revolution. Ambazonia must and will be free because this generation of Ambazonians will never let La Republique du Cameroon forcefully rule over us like they did our forefathers. I end by saying that we should stay the course, draft ourselves, remain vigilant, and apply Sisiku's words. Throw every traitor under the bus. Welcome those who openly repent, but always be aware of their past treacherous inclinations. I want to thank you for listening to this video. My name is Eric Tarh. I am the Director of Cabinet at the Presidency of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. God bless you and God bless Ambazonia.
We the people, ABC Amba TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best.